Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching, yes,
Both Yankees and Mets fans are filing off the subway in the Bronx, and for good reason. Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees will welcome their crosstown rival, the New York Mets, for the first of 3 in the Subway Series. And oh yeah, familiar face in the house, Juan Soto, back in the Bronx for the first time since choosing the Mets over the Yankees in free agency. It is the 29th season of the Subway Series, and we are getting you set for baseball right here on Yes. Hey everyone, I'm Meredith Morakovitz, and welcome to BP All Access. We have a great show in store for you this evening, and as we know, both the Yankees and the Mets are playing a great brand of baseball right now, each team in first place in their respective division. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to catch up with both managers, Aaron Boone and Carlos Mendoza, to talk a little bit about tonight's matchup. Two friends, now foes for the next couple of days. The Subway Series is back. Aaron, I'll start with you. How much do you look forward to this series?
I think it's great for baseball. I think it's great for the city, especially all that's going on in the city right now from a sports standpoint with the Knicks and us playing the Mets and 2 first-place teams. So, to that extent, I look forward to it a little bit. I know it's exciting, but, us in the dugout, we have a job to do, and it's another, important series along the way for us. But at the same time, I get to see my friend and a couple old friends across the way, and always love that competition.
Carlos, Aaron mentioned it, both teams in first place. Can you feel the energy around the city as this series was approaching?
Oh, yeah, 100%. You got 2 teams that are playing well. Really good teams, a lot of good players, and it just add to the excitement, that what's going on in the city. Like Aaron said, it's a special night in New York today. You got 2 teams playing baseball here in the Bronx. You got the Knicks and over there in the city, and it's just great for the sport, great for baseball, and it'll be a good show.
Hey, you mentioned good players. This one has a little bit of an added wrinkle. Juan Soto is back for the first time since choosing your team, Carlos. Just what's it been like managing Juan Soto for this first quarter of the season?
Oh, it's been great. It's as advertised, once we got him, obviously I made some phone calls.
What did you tell him about it?
He's not that good.
And it's just the quality of the person. He's very humble. The way he goes about his business, his preparation, and he's all about winning. It's, every pitch, every at-bat. And that's what makes him a special player.
Aaron, what do you tell your pitching staff in trying to attack Juan Soto?
Look, I know what I talk a lot about a heavy at bat, and Juan Soto's a heavy at bat, obviously. Just his ability to control the strike zone, the power threat to all fields. Just one of the sport's great hitters. So we'll do our best. We'll certainly be careful, but hopefully we can contain him enough for a few days to come out on top. But similar to Carlos, he was great in our room. He was great to manage, very coachable, and obviously a central figure for us in getting to the World Series, and somebody that I have nothing but respect for and fond memories, and it'll be great to bump into him today as well.
Are you looking forward to seeing what type of reception he gets here in the Bronx?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm sure there'll be some creative things that go on. I just, really just want everyone to be respectful, and whatever that looks like, everyone to be safe and smart, and hopefully get a little creative with what they do, but in the end understand we're watching a great player and 2 great teams with a lot of great players play an awesome game. So hopefully the focus lies between the lines and the appreciation ultimately for two good teams in New York going at it.
Well, you mentioned Juan Soto, but you have a lot of good hitters on your side. Carlos, I know that you've been around Aaron Judge for a very long time, but how do you wrap your head around the fact that he's now hitting above 400, plus, of course, the power is always there with him?
Yeah, I'm not surprised by it, and I knew you were coming with that question. When you're asking him about Soto, I was like, well, probably the same thing we're going to treat Judge.
Let's give us all the secrets. How are you going to attack him? Are you going to attack him?
We'll let the game unfold, and we'll make some adjustments. Obviously, that's a deep lineup. There's balance. There's a lot of different ways. There's a reason why the numbers offensively as a team. Yes, Judge is, the big guy there, but 1 through 9, and you see the development of especially the younger players. Like, that's a really good lineup. Obviously, with Aaron, not surprised by it. I have the experience to coaching since he was in the minor leagues, and watch him develop and become the player he is nowadays. He's pretty special, and that, man, how much better can he get? And he just continue to prove people wrong, and it's just pretty unbelievable what he's doing. Not only hitting for power, but the average, everything. He's in the conversation for one of the best right-handed hitters in the history of the game.
He's run out of adjectives and how to describe Aaron Judge's performance on a daily basis. So I feel bad having to ask you that all the time, Aaron.
The latest one I'm going with is he's the big kid in Little League. That's just, playing with kids out there. Like, he's just playing a little bit of a different game. And as Carlos alluded to, like, his, in 2022, right, he wins the MVP and has that year, and Carlos had a front row seat to that, hits the 62 home runs. Like, how could, and he really has gotten better,
yeah.
And that's something that Judge takes a lot of pride in, and like leaving the season of, hey, where can I get a little bit better? And each and every year, he's been able to do that remarkably.
We'll have more from the managers in just a little bit, but first we are going to head south to Baltimore to catch up with an old friend in Kenny Singleton. Look out, Mayor on the Move is next, right here on BP All Access.
Yankees batting practice today is presented by Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees. Visit your tri-state Audi dealer today.
Back to BP All Access. I'm Meredith Morakovitz, and it is time for this week's Mayor on the Move. We are in Baltimore, Maryland at LP Steamers, where they are known for their crabs, and who better to get cracking with than some old friends, the Singletons. Kenny, you all know, and his son, Dante. Kenny, what have you been up to?
What have I been up to? Playing a lot of golf, number one. Go watch my grandson play baseball when I can. Drive up to New Jersey. And hanging out with my kids, too. I had a chance to see Dante today. He's busy at work, personal trainer now. So,
nice.
Yeah, so he's keeping people fit. I don't know if crabs will fit.
Yeah, where are we at on that?
No, these are fine. These will pass.
These will pass?
Dante's an expert. Born and raised here, so he knows what he's doing. I've seen him sit for hours and eat these things one after another.
Now there's an art to it. So what do we have going on?
First things first, you always want to take a good look. You always want to pick the best looking ones. I always like to go by the feel. If there's a decent amount of weight to it, you feel nice and full crab right there. So you turn them over, right? This is our first step right here. This little widget right here, whatever you want to call this guy, you want to pull him out right there. So pull him out. You can yank that off. That widget's gone.
It's like the wishbone of a crab?
More or less. Some people like to just open them as is. Me, I like to pick off the legs.
How you doing over there?
Are you going right into the claws?
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, so we got the legs off.
Mm-hmm. Crack that whole thing in half. Pick whichever half you want. Then you kind of give that a squeeze. And then go back in the middle and crack that in half. And now you got that whole thing open right there. And everything in there.
You're natural.
Yeah, this is like a whole science. Yeah.
And then everything in here, obviously that's not crunchy shell, is meat.
Well, Kenny, what's the best thing about being retired?
When I wake up in the morning, the day is mine. I don't have to rush to Amtrak. I do miss the people I work with. That's number one. Everybody, yes, is at the top of their game. They know what they're doing from bottom to top.
What do you remember about his time in baseball? Because I know you would visit. You would visit us in the booth.
Yeah, of course. That was always the best part.
Big.
I know. That was it's a funny thing growing up with a father that you sit at the dinner table one night and then you see him on TV the next.
Yeah.
It's an interesting dynamic.
Now, were you a big baseball fan growing up or not really?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Still am. Go Yankees.
Look out!
When you're in the batter's box and you see a ball coming at you, your famous look out.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious, but when did you first start doing that?
It just came naturally one day. I said it, and I kept doing it, and I walk down the street, Lexington Avenue, New York, and people look at me and say, "Hey, look out!" Just and that sort of thing. So it kind of grew into this thing throughout New York, the New York area, which is quite kind of cool.
The claws of the fun part. All right, so first things first, you want to see this little hingy guy right here?
Yeah.
You want to take him, you can rip him right out there. And usually...
I mean, I feel kind of bad, but he's already dead.
No, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's over it. Take your knife and get it right above where that other claw is. And get that mallet out. Go at it, hammer away. This little bit is going to be right in the middle of that chunk of meat, so just be careful of that. You can all you do is kind of slide it off with your teeth.
There we go. Now, Kenny, you spent a lot of years in Baltimore. What did you like about playing in the city of Baltimore?
Well, the 10 years that I played for the Orioles, we had a winning record every single season. And it was a lot of fun back in the day. I've become friends with a lot of the Yankees that I used to play against, like Ron Guidry, who I didn't like to hit against.
What made him so tough?
Great slider, a good fastball. I think in all the years I faced him, I only hit one home run off him. The Yankees had guys like Reggie and Chambliss and Greg Nettles and, of course, Thurman Munson. They were great teams. George Steinbrenner put together a tough bunch of competitors. They were not easy to beat, and it was always a challenge when you played them.
Now, this is actually airing during the Subway Series. You've been a part of a lot of Subway Series. You came up with the Mets. Favorite all-time Mets team, favorite all-time Yankees team?
My favorite all-time Yankee team is the '98 Yankees. Made my job very easy. They were a great bunch of winning ball players with a great manager, Joe Torre, and a great coaching staff. It was a lot of fun covering those guys.
A Mets team?
I guess the first one I got to, when I got to the big leagues, I was only there for a year and a half because I got traded to Montreal. But just to be in the big leagues, play with guys like Seaver and Cleon Jones and Tommy Agee and Art Shamsky. When I got to the Mets, they were the reigning world champs. So that's one reason why I didn't make the team.
Well, that is going to do it from LP Steamers. Dante, how did we do? It wasn't terrible, right?
You guys are all right. I'll accept you into the club. You guys are you're in.
Wait a minute. One more. Look out, everybody.
Such a great thing to hear. Kenny, we miss you. Thanks for joining us. We will be back after this on BP All Access. Welcome back once more on BP All Access. I'm Meredith Morakovitz, and it is now time to get back to my earlier conversation with Aaron Boone and Carlos Mendoza. Aaron, he was your bench coach for 5 years. When did you know he was going to be a star, that he had that manager quality?
Almost right away, but I think it was after the 19 season where he went from quality control and the infield coach to, I knew we were going to lose him if we didn't put him as the bench coach. And so I knew early on, like, he's not just because he's here, like, he's a special person, like, in his experience as a player in player development. He's worn a lot of different hats, and he's a young man still, younger than me, but he's got a breadth of experience, so he knows how the inner workings of an organization work, the connection between departments. So I'm not surprised by his success. I think he's great at this, and part of that is because, he's an A-plus person, and I got to watch that close up and share a friendship and a work relationship with him for a number of years, so I'm not surprised at all.
You guys have spent so much time together over the years. Carlos, what's something about Aaron people should know that they don't know that you found out having worked with him for so long?
Wow, that's a good one. No, he just how much he cares about his family, like at the end of the day, he's the manager of the New York Yankees. He's coming from a big baseball family, but, just how much he cares about people. It's something that you see him, oh man, but just the friendship, the relationships, and that's something that I didn't know about him, but then, that's why I consider him a friend.
Aaron, I have to ask you the same question. You've got to have a little more dirt than that. Come on.
I don't know about dirt, but his intensity.
Yeah.
You watch his demeanor, and he is cool, calm, and collective over there all the time. I always feel like he's in command and never seems to really get up or down over there. But there's a fire that burns in Mendy, and there's been a couple times where, man, you tick him off, and that intensity and that fire will show a little bit.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because we have a little bit of time left here. We're going to go around the bases, and that question of intensity, I'll ask you each the same question. You just give the first thing that pops into your mind. So in the event that you get ejected, which one of you do you think gets their money's worth more?
Oh, for sure. That's not even a question.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Yeah, I got a ton of experience managing before I got this position.
That's right.
Because of Aaron, he's gotten better. I got to give him credit, but I got a lot of experience managing prior to this job because of this man right here.
It's almost like he did you a solid knowing that you were going to grow into this type of role.
He had half a year in already before he got the job.
Let's go Arthur Ave or Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Ooh.
Arthur Ashe.
Arthur Ave. It's one of my favorite things to do in the winter. We'll take some staff over there, usually a couple times during the winter for lunch. I love that. But man, I've only done the U.S. Open one time, and I love that experience.
Yeah.
So, but I still got to go Arthur Ave.
Well, you probably were in a nice suite, center court, living life.
Yeah, it was a little foo-foo.
Remember your reporter friends, if you ever get invited again. Yeah. Jerry Seinfeld or Spike Lee?
Ooh.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Look, he's pained right here. He is pained.
I love Spike, I do, but I fall asleep to Seinfeld every single night. So in fact, I just listen to it in audio now, and I just can speak the lines with them. That's how much I watch Seinfeld. So, but I love Spike, but I got to go Seinfeld.
Favorite episode?
Ooh.
It's hard to pick one. They're all good.
Yeah.
Like you asked me that, I was like, it's hard for me to say this one.
I like when the banter between Kramer and Seinfeld in seasons 7, 8, 9, how they just play off each other so well is amazing. I love the one. I fell asleep last night to the one where Kramer's going to make it big on the senior tour. Oh, you're really getting that good, huh, Kramer? Oh, I'm the real deal. So I love that one since it's recent.
Hey, I know you guys have a ton to do, so before we wrap this up, favorite Yankee of all time, favorite Met of all time?
Aaron Judge.
And it can be past or present.
And I will go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Judgy too, because pretty much saw him in the minor league. So and again, I can sit here and so many Yankee greats, but I gotta go with Judgy, and probably I'll go with Darryl Strawberry.
I'll go Doc Gooden, just because when I was a kid and when he was in his peak of powers, my dad was with the Angels, and I'm living in Southern California, and one of my best friends was a huge Mets fan, and he always wanted to be Doc Gooden. He was always number 16 in Little League, and we used to play rag ball, and he would always be Doc Gooden, so I'll go Doc.
Last one, they're wrapping us up. Biggest concern when you look at the other one's team heading into this series?
Their pitching's been tremendous, from their starters to their bullpen, and a front-line offense that can, hurt you in so many different ways.
Yeah, now for me, just they're a complete team. They're deep, you know. The offense, you know, speak for himself. But when you look at, you know, the guys that we're going to be facing this weekend, you know, Rodon, Clark, and Max on Sunday, and then you look at the bullpen. We got work. We got work to do here.
Well, guys, I'll let you do that work. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. We're going to take a quick step aside on BP All Access, but when we get back, we will have an all-new My Yankee Way and some final thoughts as we wrap things up and hand it over to the pregame show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back next on All Access. Welcome back one final time here on BP All Access. It is time for My Yankee Way, where we find out how you, the fan, have earned your pinstripes. Today, we head to 127A, where Emily is standing by with her story.
I grew up a Yankees fan. My dad was a Yankees fan. My mom used to be a Mets fan, but she changed over to Yankees, so Yankees household, we're all Yankees fans, die hard. Growing up with Derek Jeter, it's got to be El Capitan. He's the best. He's the best who's ever done it. The other captain, Aaron Judge, you can't pick anybody else. He's just the backbone of the team, for sure. A favorite memory's got to be just the bleachers, just hanging out there with the bleacher creatures, always just yelling and chanting for the team. There's one time I remember I called a grand slam for LeMahieu, and I will never forget that moment. Earliest memory being Yankee fans got to be I went to the old Yankee Stadium for a field trip with my school, and I took my dad. We went, we sat in the dugout, and it was just the best day. I have pictures from it. I reminisce every day about it. It was just great.
And who doesn't love the energy that the bleacher creatures bring? As Aaron Boone said, they're probably going to get a little creative tonight with Juan Soto in town. And if you'd like to be featured on an upcoming My Yankee Way, email us at features@yesnetwork.com. Unfortunately, we are all out of time here on BP All Access. Thank you for joining us. Our next show will be June 6th when the Yankees welcome the Red Sox. Enjoy the pregame.
It's time again for the Battle of the Boroughs, the highly awaited matchup that is circled on the calendar every year.
It's time for the battle of this great city.
The Yankees, #1 in the American League East. The Mets, back in a groove atop the National League East. And tonight, they meet again.
Two teams trying to claim property.
The latest chapter of this city rivalry comes 25 years after its pinnacle. A quarter century since the finishing touches for one borough's legendary dynasty came at the expense of the team across town. And if you don't know, now you know. There's some added juice this time around. Trading in one shade of pinstripes for another has turned a hero into a villain, a friend to a foe. Meanwhile, the biggest bat in baseball still calls this side of the Big Apple home, continuing to do the incredible.
He's done it again.
The improbable and the impossible. Things not seen for generations.
Kind of leaves you speechless.
It's the Yankees.
See ya.
It's the Mets.
He almost hit it out of the stadium.
And it's the Subway Series. First stop, the Bronx. We've got a big matchup in the Big Apple with some big stars. Aaron Judge and the Bombers look to defend their turf while Juan Soto returns to the Bronx to lead his Mets into enemy territory. We have arrived at the first Subway Series of the season as the New York Yankees host the New York Mets on a Friday night at Yankee Stadium. And we hope you're having a great night as we welcome you to the FanDuel Yankees pregame. Bob Lorenz, John Flaherty, Jack Curry with you. 1 to 3 between these two teams. Something of a seismic event this weekend weekend. Potential Richter scale readings in the Bronx. Let's get your Hyundai opening comment.
Bob, it's going to be tense. It's going to be intense. We're talking about two teams who are in first place right now, so that just adds even more to this series. We talk about two passionate fan bases. The Mets and the Yankees have loyal fans who follow them around. And in every story that you talk about in this New York state of mind, you're going to have stars and you're going to have arch enemies. Obviously, it's in the Bronx. There's no bigger star in baseball right now than Aaron Judge. And tonight, there will be no bigger arch enemy than Juan Soto, and the fans in right field and throughout Yankee Stadium, I have a feeling they're going to let him know, we're okay with what you did in 24. We're not okay with anything that comes after 24.
Jack, I'm so glad you mentioned the fans because they are such a big part of this series. And when you're a Yankee player and you go through the grind of 162 games of a championship season, a lot of the games seem the same. These games are going to be different, and they're different because the fans bring the energy, they bring the passion, and you also get the feeling that both of these teams being in first place and the Juan Soto drama, these games are going to be different tonight. The entire weekend, when the series moves over to Citi Field, it's going to feel different, and the players are going to feed off of that energy.
So many different storylines as we take a look at the tail of the tape between these two clubs. We mentioned they're both in first place in their respective divisions. Yankees averaging almost 6 runs per game, while the Mets are at about 5. Pitching difference favors the Mets in terms of overall ERA, run differential. The Yankees second in the majors and first in home runs. And Flash, you look at those numbers, but then in a way you have to put them aside, because if you're in that clubhouse, you're thinking, how do we get a sweep? How do we win 2 or 3? How do we stay atop our division?
Yeah, how do we game plan against the opponent? And you just went through the numbers, and it's very simple. If you're going to face the New York Mets, you're going to have to deal with their pitching staff, not only the rotation, which has probably outperformed the expectations, but their bullpen is a quality bullpen as well, with a big-time closer at the end. If you're the Yankees, you're built around hitting home runs. Not going to be the easiest thing to do against this pitching staff. Yankees are going to have to game plan, try to get on the board early.
It's a series in May that is going to have so much attention, so much hoopla, and so much hype that it is going to feel as if these games are being played in October. And by the way, we should not be surprised that both of these teams are in first place. Yankees made it all the way to the World Series last season, and even though they were unable to sign Soto in the offseason, offering him $750 million, he chose the Mets. They made some other savvy moves, Fried, Goldschmidt, Bellinger, Williams. And the Mets, they were also a postseason team last season, and now they added Soto. So to say that these teams are both in first place, I am not shocked by that at all.
Yeah, the Yankees are thriving in Soto's absence. Meantime, the Mets are thriving, though Soto's numbers overall are down. Some would say a little bit of a slow start to the season. Having said that, his numbers have been picking up in May.
Yeah, he's starting to heat up, and you see him catching up with the Yankee coaching staff behind the cage today. And a lot of great relationships, right? It was only 1 year in the Bronx, but it was a fantastic year going all the way to the World Series. But you mentioned the Mets, Bob. Lindor, you have to give him a lot of credit. Pete Alonso hitting in the middle of the lineup, who didn't have the free agent traction that he thought he was going to have. Well, he came back to the New York Mets and is having a big start to the season. Juan Soto is going to be the story tonight. And I do my research, guys, during the day. And I talked to a buddy of mine at the gym today, and I said, if you're at the game tonight, how are you going to react with Juan Soto? He said, I'm going to boo as loud as I can, but I'm also going to be sitting in my seat worried that the louder I boo, the better he's going to perform, because that's exactly what we saw from that 1 year in the Bronx, Jack. When the lights were the brightest, he was at his best.
So I like to have as many sources as possible. So I need Jim Guy's phone number before the show is over. But you're right. He did perform at such a high level that, of course, the Yankees made every attempt they could to bring him back. They fell short in that regard. But let's go back to the moment or the night where he signs. Bob, you and I were at the winter meetings in Dallas, and when word leaked out on a Sunday night in December that the Mets had signed Soto, the question was, the Mets are going to celebrate. What are the Yankees going to do next? Well, the Yankees are sitting here right now with a team that leads the major leagues in home runs. That's second in the major leagues in runs scored per game. They have gotten contributions from Goldschmidt and Grisham and Rice and Bellinger. So as much as they wanted Juan Soto back, I think they're saying right now, we like the version of this team we have. And you have to throw Fried in there, because if you worked the numbers and Soto had come back as a Yankee, I'm not sure Fried would have been part of that equation.
And that's another one of the storylines, is that you're not just game planning against Aaron Judge and nobody else, and Juan Soto and nobody else. There's so many complementary players around those guys that we're going to be talking about over the next hour.
Yeah, the stars are going to get all the attention, but it's not the role players. They're still star players. I mentioned Lindor. I mentioned Alonso. They're going to be a big part of this. And on the Yankees, Jack just nailed it. Trent Grisham has been the guy. Goldschmidt has been the guy. It's been a complete lineup up and down for the New York Yankees. A complete team, really, the first start to the season with the pitching staff and the lineup. But everybody's going to be paying attention to Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. I would not be surprised if there are going to be some other names that might be the star this weekend.
Right, that's what's terrific about this series, is we're going to focus on the stars, but you never know who might be the player that stands out the most. It is interesting that Grisham was part of that Soto trade, and everyone looked at him as a throw-in, another piece to the trade. The Padres likely wanted the Yankees to take some more money back, and now at this moment right now, Grisham is outperforming Soto. I know how great Soto is. I've told friends that he'll probably end up being a top 5 MVP pick in the National League. We watched him all last season, but I do think the Yankees, with those complementary pieces, have shown that their offense not only has survived, but it has thrived.
Well, you saw it's going to be a packed house in the Bronx all weekend long and all season long here on Yes. We want to invite you viewers to show us the different ways you support the Bronx Bombers. Use the QR code on screen with a hashtag Toyota Pinstripe Pride and post pictures to social media that reflect your love for the Yankees. We might spotlight you in a future game. Pinstripe Pride is brought to you by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicles of the Yankees. Well, coming up, Carlos Rodon gets the ball for the Yanks tonight. We're going to break down the pitching matchup. Plus, Aaron Judge has done well against the Mets, and he'll look to take another bite out of this Big Apple matchup. And later, it's been 25 years since these teams met in the World Series. We'll look back on that classic. It is all ahead on this supersized FanDuel Yankees pregame on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is presented by FanDuel. New customers get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. There's never been a better time to test drive that Hyundai you've always wanted. Visit HyundaiUSA.com today.
It's time for the pregame odds segment presented by FanDuel. It's game 1 of the Subway Series with the Yanks hosting the Mets in the Bronx. For a same-game parlay, let's do Aaron Judge to homer, Jason Dominguez to knock at least 2 hits, and Carlos Rodon to strike out 5 or more. That parlay comes in at plus 1064. Right now, new customers get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins.
As we continue on the pregame, time to get to the Stadium for the Clubhouse Report with Meredith Marakovitz, brought to you by your local Ford stores. And Meredith, we've always talked all season long about that Yankees roster getting reinforcements in the bullpen, and that's happening today. Tell us about that.
Bob, this one came as a little bit of a surprise. Jonathan Loaisiga is back. He has been added to the roster. There was some thought that he would continue his rehab assignment and pitch in a back-to-back this weekend, but ultimately the Yankees decided it was not necessary, and they're going to ease him into it at the major league level. When I asked Aaron Boone exactly what that meant, he said probably won't be throwing him multiple innings or back-to-back off the jump, but they will get there eventually. When I asked if he's automatically a high-leverage guy or if they'll try to kind of get him some work in the middle innings first, and he said he would not hesitate to put Jonathan Loaisiga in any situation. And as we know, when Loaisiga is right, he is as good as it comes. Now, I did speak with Loaisiga in the clubhouse, and he said the most difficult thing in getting back and rehabbing is really the early part in that process, where you're kind of doubting yourself if you're going to be the same. You can't really do much, and you just want to get back out there on the field with your teammates. He worked through all of that, and he said he's just incredibly grateful to be healthy again, and thankful for everyone that helps get him back here to the major league level. Now, he did have 6 rehab appearances. He threw the ball very well. We'll see how it translates to the major league level. When I asked him about his command and how he was feeling on the mound, he said he feels like it's there. He feels like the command is there. He didn't walk anyone in any of those appearances, so it'll be nice to see him back out there, and I know Aaron Boone is very much looking forward to having another weapon in that bullpen. But with Loaisiga now on the roster, that means the Yankees had to make a move today. They designated Tyler Matzik for assignment, so that is the move to get Loaisiga back on that roster. Speaking of injuries, take a look at this, guys. Earlier today, I don't know that you thought you would be seeing Jazz Chisholm Jr. taking grounders at Yankee Stadium. He's out with the oblique injury. He admittedly said he couldn't believe that the MRI came back and showed an injury as severe as it was, but he told me that he's been running. You can see he's been fielding. He's also been hitting some flips, so he's kind of been doing everything so far. Now, Jazz Chisholm Jr. said he thinks about a week and a half. When I asked Aaron Boone about it, he said it's probably Jazz being a little bit optimistic there. The Yankees are pretty much cautious when it comes to bringing guys back, so a little bit more time perhaps for Jazz Chisholm Jr., but he is feeling good. He is showing signs of progress, so that is all something to keep an eye on. Another guy, Oswaldo Cabrera, who, as we know, got hurt in Seattle, had successful surgery on his left ankle to repair that fracture. Still no timeline for Oswaldo Cabrera, but he is in good spirits. He, too, went to Instagram to thank everyone who had helped him in that process after he got injured, from the trainers to his teammates to everyone in the Seattle organization as well. And that is the injury report, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. As far as the Yankees lineup is concerned today, nothing too out of the ordinary. It is going to be Jason Dominguez DHing, so the outfield will be Bellinger, Grisham, and Aaron Judge. Ben Rice will be available off the bench, and it'll be Peraza at third base, Vivas at second base, and Austin Wells behind the plate catching Carlos Rodon. It'll be Taylor McGill on the mound for the Mets. And earlier today during BP All Access, I had the opportunity to catch up with both managers, Aaron Boone and Carlos Mendoza, to talk about the series.
I talk a lot about a heavy at bat, and Juan Soto's a heavy at bat, obviously. Just his ability to control the strike zone, the power threat to all fields, just one of the sport's great hitters. So we'll do our best. You know, we'll certainly be careful, but hopefully we can contain him enough for a few days to come out on top. But similar to Carlos, you know, he was great in our room. He was great to manage, very coachable, and obviously a central figure for us in getting to the World Series, and somebody that, you know, I have nothing but respect for and fond memories, and it'll be great to bump into him today as well.
Carlos, I know that you've been around Aaron Judge for a very long time, but how do you wrap your head around the fact that he's now hitting above 400, plus, of course, the power is always there with him?
Yeah, I'm not surprised by it, and I knew you were coming with that question. You know, when you're asking him about Soto, you know, I was like, well, probably the same thing we're going to treat Judge, you know.
Let's give us all the secrets. How are you going to attack him? Are you going to attack him?
We'll let the game unfold, and we'll make some adjustments. Obviously, that's a deep lineup. You know, there's balance. There's a lot of different ways. There's a reason why the numbers offensively as a team. Yes, Judge is, you know, the big guy there, but 1 through 9, and you see the development of especially the younger players. Like, that's a really good lineup. Obviously, with Aaron, not surprised by it. You know, I have the experience to coaching since he was in the minor leagues, and watch him develop and become the player he is nowadays. You know, it's pretty special, and you know that, man, how much better can he get? And he just continue to prove people wrong, you know, and it's just pretty unbelievable what he's doing. You know, not only hitting for power, but the average, everything. He's in the conversation for one of the best right-handed hitters in the history of the game. Biggest concern when you look at the other one's team heading into this series?
Their pitching's been tremendous, you know, from their starters to their bullpen, and a frontline offense that can, you know, hurt you in so many different ways.
Yeah, now for me, just their complete team. They're deep, you know. The offense, you know, speak for itself. But when you look at, you know, the guys that we're going to be facing this weekend, you know, Rodon, Clark, and Max on Sunday, and then you look at the bullpen. We got work to do here.
And And you heard Carlos Mendoza talking about that Yankees bullpen. One guy that has been a find for the Yankees has been Fernando Cruz. His splitter has certainly been taking the league by storm. You look at the fact that he leads all major league relievers right now in strikeouts, striking out 34 of the 86 batters he has faced so far this season. As we know, Cruz is also a huge Yankees fan, still, and was when he was growing up as well. And I asked him about playing in his first Subway Series.
New York City is crazy right now, for this series and everything on it. I think it's a Latin community series too. Like a lot of people from Puerto Rico is coming, a lot of people from Dominican, a lot of Latin players, Caribbean players, ex-players, and people that's coming to New York. It's going to be a good atmosphere here. It's going to feel more like a playoff games.
I was going to ask you about that atmosphere and the intensity. Does this up the intensity for you, do you think?
Yeah, it's gonna be up there. It's gonna be up there. I heard conversation. I never pitched in playoffs, but I heard conversation that the last years that they do the Subway Series, it feels pretty good like playoffs.
Do you have a favorite Subway Series memory?
2000 World Series was amazing. It was amazing. We swept the Mets, and it was pretty good. I enjoyed it a lot.
And overall, just how are you feeling on the mound right now? You seem to have had success every time you're out there.
I feel really confident. I feel like everything is clicking up. I think what we work in spring training is paying off. Being patient was the most important thing, and now it's time to enjoy.
Can you describe what it's like to watch some of the silly swings against that splitter?
I think I take it really humble. I think it's just a gift from God. I'm always going to say the same thing. I take it really humble. It's a pleasure for me to be able to make those kind of guys look like that with the gift that God gave me to enjoy this game.
Jonathan Loaizaga added back to the roster. What could that mean for this bullpen?
Really important piece for us. We all know that. I think he's going to be the guy that's going to put the bullpen in the best position possible.
Bob Jack Flash, this one should really be a fun one in the Bronx, a fun one in New York City all the way around. Just looking in the crowd, you see mostly Yankees jerseys, a couple of Mets jerseys, and of course some Knicks jerseys as well. In speaking to Aaron Boone, he had touched on that and just how the city is buzzing right now. I asked him what he thought this crowd was going to be like with Juan Soto being back, and he said, well, the bleacher creatures, they'll probably come up with something pretty creative this evening, so something to keep an eye on as you see the crowd gathered outside of Yankee Stadium. And a couple of those guys in that Yankees clubhouse are big basketball fans as well. Aaron Judge walked in wearing a Knicks sweatshirt, and Anthony Volpe is expected to be wearing some special Knicks cleats tonight. So big night in New York sports, guys.
A lot of stuff to keep an eye out for. Thank you, Meredith. Look forward to seeing you in just a bit with Michael, Coney, and Paul. Now, Aaron Judge has already hit a dozen home runs against the Mets in his career. Up next on the FanDuel Yankees pregame, we'll keep spreading the news about the captain's historic season. Stick around.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Cadillac. Spring is the season for new beginnings, and it's the best time to get behind the wheel of a sophisticated new Cadillac SUV. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today.
The ballpark in the Bronx. Long a house of horrors for hurlers. The Bambino, the Iron Horse, mighty strikers of the highest order. Yet now a new nightmare emerges from Skipper Boone's boys. Aaron Judge, the great gatherer, the honorable one. A Bronx bomber whose brilliance knows no bounds. Prodigious power hoisting Herculean homers. What will this towering titan do next?
Amazing things are happening in the Bronx. It's a real wing-ding for the Yankees and their fans. Aaron Judge threw 43 team games. Ruth and Mantle, third Yankee all-time with a .350 average and 15 or more home runs. Ruth, Gehrig, Mantle, and Judge, fourth Yankee all-time with 40 or more RBI and 1,200 or more OPS. Back when Jack Curry was a writer for the New York Times covering Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, all the boys.
Can't do the voice like you, but if you do read journalists from the 20s and the 30s, they would have said something along the lines of, he is the best hitter on the local nine. He's filling out the uniform very nicely. He's an imposing figure. I tried to match Bob. But what stood out for me, guys, in that last series against Seattle is they pitched him really well. Aaron Boone talked about this. Still 5 for 11, walked 3 times, and hit a bullet of a home run.
Jack, I'm so glad that you brought that up because I've been talking all year. You can look at the numbers, the batting average well over 400, 15 home runs, 41 RBIs, the OPS, all of that is incredible. But to me, it's the mental part of the game. Like some of the swings that he took out in Seattle where he looked as bad as we have seen him look this year, and then he quickly gets rid of it. He quickly moves on to what's the next pitch coming? What do I have to do to get ready for this at bat? And that's the part that I'm just amazed at, because the only other player that I can compare it to I played with was Derek Jeter, who never took like an 0 for 2 and it turned into an 0 for 4. It was, okay, I went 0 for 1. Now I'm going to try to get a hit or walk my next at bat. And it just never snowballed. And that's what I feel like I'm watching with Aaron Judge. If he takes a bad swing, no big deal, gets back in there and has a good at bat. It's just the mental part of the game to be so locked in day to day, at bat to bat, and even more specific pitch to pitch.
And I don't think it's a stretch, Jack, to say that his approach at the plate is contagious. Now, his teammates can watch it, but they also watch a guy with so much discipline who can tear the cover off the ball. He doesn't mind if he just takes a walk, hands it off to a teammate, which shows confidence then in the teammates behind him.
Yeah, what John was talking about, there's a mental discipline, but there's a physical discipline, too, of I'm not going to extend and go out there because I know that's going to be a ball. I'm not going to go down the 1/3 part of the lower part of the zone, even though they sometimes call that a strike against him, because he knows that is a ball. And the Mariners did do a good job of a lot of sliders and a lot of off-speed stuff just off the corner and got him to chase. But overall on this season, he's striking out less, and he has just been such an amazing hitter. You look at all of the categories that he leads Major League Baseball, and it's stunning.
Yeah, and Jack, I'm sitting here listening to you go through all of this, and I'm thinking how great it would be to be Aaron Judge, to be walking up to the plate every night and saying, I'm the guy who can wreck the game every night, every at-bat. But to his credit, he doesn't walk up there with that responsibility. He walks up there saying, all right, New York Mets pitching staff, you have a real good staff. If you give me something to drive, I'll take advantage of it. If not, I'm going to take my walk, and I'm going to trust the guy hitting behind me. And the bottom of the lineup, it's a non-selfish approach, and a big reason why this lineup from 1 to 9 has been producing all year long.
In that dual interview that Meredith did with Boone and Mendoza, at one point she asked Mendoza about how are you going to pitch Judge? Will you pitch the Judge? Well, how about this statistic? Just one more to add on the whole Judge list this season. When he falls behind 0-1 in the count, he's hitting .372. The Major League average is .216. When the pitcher gets ahead of you 0-1, he's got the advantage. There's so many different things he can do, except if it's Aaron Judge at the plate.
Yeah, it has been advantage Judge all season long. Let's take a look at where he factors into the Yankees lineup, courtesy of Toyota. Batting second tonight, his 330 home runs and 1,036 career games, the most in Major League history. He's coming off hitting his 15th couple games ago. Cody Bellinger has hit safely in each of his last 10 games, and Jason Dominguez over his last 9, 3 homers and 8 runs batted in. They go up against Tyler McGill tonight. Let's take a look at his arsenal, courtesy of StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud, and he is heavy on the 4-seam slider and sinker.
Yeah, the 4-seamer about 95 miles an hour, throwing his slider more this year than he did last year, and the sinker. The top 3 pitches really what the Yankees need to worry about. When you watch video of McGill early on in the year, he was getting that fastball, getting a lot of swing and miss. It was 95, but had high life, had good spin on it. His last 3 outings, the ERA is over 6. I'm wondering if there's a little less hop on that fastball, and some of the opposing hitters are taking advantage of it. Another number, he doesn't pitch as well on the road as he does at Citi Field. There's a lot on him tonight because he's been struggling his last 3.
Yeah, he's in that rotation because of injuries to Montas and Minaya, and as you said, John, got off to a really strong start, but it's been a struggle for him recently. He has thrown his slider a lot more this year, twice as much as he did last year. So we'll see if against Judge and especially other right-handed batters in that Yankee lineup, does he feature that slider even more?
Well, Paul O'Neill and David Cohn know a thing or two about the Subway Series. And after a break on the FanDuel Yankees pregame, Michael Kay strolls down memory lane with his booth mates. That's coming up next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at genesis.com.
25th year anniversary of the 2000 World Series. The ultimate Subway Series. And Mariano Rivera getting the final out off the bat of Mike Piazza as the Yankees win the World Championship. And Flash, as you reflect on that, you actually go back to the regular season that season.
Yeah, I was a member of the 2000 Devil Rays competing against that team in the American League East. So I don't have a whole lot of memories about the Yankees and their postseason run and beating the Mets. But I do remember coming down the stretch the last couple of weeks of the season, we, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, swept the New York Yankees in Tampa. Game 1, we beat El Duque 3-1. The next 2 games, we dominated that team. And I remember having conversations in the clubhouse after those games, after that series, saying this is not a championship team that we just beat. They were limping to the finish line. But something happened, Jack, from the end of September into the month of October. They completely flipped that script.
They lost 13 of their last 15, so you're exactly right. They got to the postseason, though, and that championship pedigree rose up again. They had won 98. They had won in 99. But one of my memories is Game 1 in 2000 against the Mets. The Yankees won the game 4-3 in 12 innings. But how about this in the 6th inning? Todd Zeile hits a ball off the top of the fence. Timo Perez is on first. He's not running. So justice to Jeter, to Posada, and in a game that ended up being an extra inning game, that play right there, great defensive play by the Yankees, but also Timo not running hard with 2 outs, watching the ball. I spoke to Al Leiter in subsequent years, and he didn't say that lost them the series, but it very well could have lost them that game, and who knows how things would have changed if the Mets win Game 1.
Well, a lot has happened between these 2 teams, obviously. This one, obviously, with 2 first-place teams, a lot of juice in this one going into tonight's Game 1 of this series. For more from the stadium, let's get it to Michael Kay, Paul O'Neill, and David Cohn with their thoughts. Guys?
All right, thanks a lot, Bob. So I'm standing between 10 World Series rings here. These guys have won. They've played in the Subway Series. And the Subway Series is always intense, even if the teams aren't good. This time they're good. They're both in first place, and they have high aspirations.
They do, and we've seen some homecomings. You know, when you think about it, there's nothing like this one. When Juan Soto walks up to home plate for the first time, there's going to be a reaction I don't think we've ever seen before, and I'm anxious to see it.
All right, so what do you think he's going to hear? Is he going to hear cheers? Is he going to hear boos?
The second half, a lot of boos. I don't think there'll be a cheer around here, but you know what? There are Mets fans here, and they're going to bring that vibe there too. So this is an exciting series.
All right, so that brings an unbelievable vibe, the return of Juan Soto after he had such a great year with the Yankees, leading them to the World Series. But you played in the first Subway Series. What was the vibe like then?
That was a really amazing thing because that was the first, really the interleague play. And I remember we got shut down by Malicki that night. But, I had so many memories throughout the years of the series. But I don't know that there's been 2 good teams meeting together in the series since the real one in 2000 in the World Series. These teams are good.
Do you remember the first Subway Series?
Oh, yes, I remember very well. And I remember pitching in the last game and being just amazed what Paulie said about there was half Mets fans at Yankee Stadium, and you just couldn't believe it. We'd never seen that before. So certainly it reminded me of what a great baseball town New York is. I think we tend to take that for granted because we play here and now we broadcast here. But this is one great baseball town.
Now, one of the variables that don't exist anymore is the fact that George Steinbrenner was running the Yankees at that point. He's obviously no longer with us. That added a little something extra for you guys could not lose to the Mets.
There were certain teams that you could not lose against, and the Mets were at the top of the list. There was, George Steinbrenner always said to me that New York deserves a winner. Well, the winner had to be the Yankees. It wasn't going to be the Mets, so that's the way we played.
All right, so the first Subway Series obviously was very intense, but the thing that ratcheted up the most was the Subway Series that really counted for the World Series championship in 2000. How intense was that? I remember Paul once told me we had to win that one.
Oh, yeah, it was so intense that George Steinbrenner proceeded to sort of park it at every meeting. Whether it was a hitter's meetings, he was staring over Chris Chambliss' shoulder. Or if it was a pitcher's meeting, it was Mel Stoudemire. He wanted to be a coach inside those meetings, and then he rearranged the furniture famously at Shea Stadium during those middle 3 games, and was the first one to get there and the last one to leave and watch every inning. I remember watching him yell at TVs, yelling at umpires on the TVs, and it was just surreal.
Now, it's I've heard the story a lot. He actually turned George Steinbrenner on you at Shea Stadium. Tell me about that.
Coney, I don't know. He turned everybody on people. That's how you kept this loose. But you know what? You needed to loosen up George as much as you needed to loosen up players. And, you know what? Coney brought that up about redecorating the locker room. That's a true story. I mean, the broadcast tonight, I'm sure, are going to bring so many memories from David and I just about what is going on in this Subway Series and the real World Series.
Now, one of the great at-bats in World Series history to me was in that 2000 series, and it was by you against Armando Benitez. I don't even know how you saw what he was throwing, but somehow you worked a walk. Talk me through that.
Well, if he knew the way I felt in the box, he would have rolled it in there, because I got down in the count early and really just kept stepping out, thinking, you know, I got no chance, got to keep battling, you got to keep battling. And as soon as you get to 3-2, anything can happen. And then I remember walking, being relieved that we started something, and then the hits started coming. And it was pretty much when you steal a game in a World Series, it's very hard to come back, and the Mets never did.
Now, one of the surprises when they put the postseason roster together that year was that David was on the roster, because he did struggle in the regular season. And you did have your moment when Joe Torre brought you in the 5th inning to face Mike Piazza in relief of Denny Nagel. Nagel has still not forgiven him. But what was that like? What was it like jogging in a ballpark that you used to play in?
Well, you're right. I had no business being on that roster in the first place. I was hurting. You know, I dislocated my shoulder and played through injuries. I had nothing left. But Joe Torre trusted guys, you know, and that was the difference. He really trusted your heartbeat. He showed a lot of loyalty, and certainly I knew Piazza was my guy, and that I was going to be in the bullpen, and that if there was ever a situation, it would be for Piazza. And luckily I got him to pop up, because that was my one shot and my last at-bat as a Yankee.
Now, did you look at it and go, what do I have to get him out? Because your stuff was not what it used to be at that point, so were you just trying to trick him?
No, I knew from the scouting report that he would spot me a strike, you know, that he always took a strike. And I missed with the first pitch, and I really trusted that scouting report, and I laid one right down the middle, and he took it. And that was the best pitch to hit right there. So, you know, I tipped my hat to Mike, and every time I see him, I say, thank you for taking that first pitch strike. And then I went to throwing sliders, and then once I could get him chasing sliders, then he was kind of in my wheelhouse as far as that goes. And Posada was catching. He called a fastball in, and I went, okay, are you sure? Threw it in, popped him up to second base.
Now, this is one of those things where I remember in '98 you told me we have to win against the Padres, otherwise we don't validate 114 wins. What kind of pressure was it against the Mets? Because obviously you'd won championships before that, 3 in the last 4 years. How important was it to win that one?
Well, again, it was the pressure from the city, and you couldn't get away from it. I mean, you pick up the paper, you watch the news, you could not get away from the World Series. I thought the world stopped. I thought it was all around New York. And, you know, it's just an exciting time to play baseball, but there's always pressure in any World Series to win, because we hadn't lost until 2001, so there was always pressure. But when you're getting on a bus and going across town to your rival, there's a lot of pressure.
All right, we've got to go up to the booth, Bob. At that time, Paul's going to actually put on a tie to match me and David. It's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great series. All 3 of us are looking forward to it. So back to you, Bob.
We're looking forward to your call, guys. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. Now, Carlos Rodon has been slicing and dicing opposing lineups all season, and it's led to a lot of strikeouts for the Southpaw. He toes the slab and the boogie down tonight. We'll tell you what to expect next on the FanDuel Yankees pregame.
Hey there, Yankees fans. I'm News 12 meteorologist Matt Hammer with your game day forecast as the Yankees are home taking on the New York Mets. First pitch, mostly cloudy, temperature of around 68. While we can't rule out completely a spotty shower or downpour through the game, I do expect most, if not all, of the game to be dry. Around the 7th inning, mostly cloudy, still in the upper 60s. Around 66 heading home, but just keep in mind there could be some patchy fog after the game. Enjoy the game.
Thank you for that. Carlos Rodon has taken the mound, and look at what he's accomplished in 9 starts this season. He's second in opponent average against, third in strikeout percentage, 7th in innings, tied for second in strikeouts with 67, and the opponent OPS is 8. So all top 8 ranks in the American League. And the one thing that jumps out at you about him, Flash, even in starts where it seems like it's a bit of a grind, he's still racking up strikeouts.
Yeah, the strikeouts, last outing, 10 strikeouts, where I didn't think he had his greatest stuff at all. Gave up 8 hits and 4 runs. But I look at him starting this series tonight, and the Yankees have a newfound confidence that they're going to get the same guy every 5th day when he takes the baseball. You can see the 1.71 ERA in his last 5 starts. If you look at his season in totality, he's thrown the ball magnificently. It's been a couple of home runs that have changed some of the starts, just like his last outing. I did notice, Jack, his last time out, velocity was down early in the first inning. It got a little bit better as the game went on. As he faces the Mets tonight with this crowd and all the adrenaline, I'm going to be looking at the miles per hour in the first inning.
We've seen versions of Rodon where he is amped up for that first inning. You see him coming out with more velocity. But I like what you said about the dependability of Rodon and the consistency of Rodon. Remember, when he came to the Yankees, he had just finished the season with the Giants where he was more than 90% four-seam fastball and slider. Now he throws those 2 pitches less than 70% of the time. The changeup, the sinker, the curve, they are all in play. He has made himself a better pitcher with the help of the Yankees. One matchup to keep an eye on, Lindor has seen him a lot. Lindor has 35 at-bats against Rodon, so that should be a fun one to take a look at.
Let's take a look at the Mets lineup that will face Rodon. It's courtesy of Toyota. Lindor is at the top of that, as Jack mentioned. His 10 for 35 includes 3 doubles and 2 home runs. Brandon Nimmo riding a 7-game hitting streak. And Juan Soto at Yankee Stadium, second highest OPS only to Aaron Judge. So if they're doing a scouting report on Carlos Rodon, they're looking at that. Or they can't look at just, oh, he's a fastball slider guy anymore. As Jack said, they got to look at all 4 pitches.
No, it's a 2-seamer. It's a changeup. He's a complete pitcher. But I'm locked in on the top of the first inning. If you're a Yankee fan, you have to pay attention to that first inning. Lindor, Jack just mentioned all of the at-bats against Rodon. A lot of history there. Juan Soto, we've already talked about this. That's going to be a great matchup. And then you got Pete Alonso, who has been their best offensive player all the way around with the batting average, the home runs. If Rodon can settle himself down in the first inning and find a way to take a deep breath after that, Jack, I think he's going to be fine.
If he strikes out Soto in that first inning, or just even gets him out, whatever the decibel level is at Yankee Stadium, it's going to rise even more. So you don't necessarily want to put too much on a first inning, but I'm with you. I'm putting a lot on that first inning for Rodon to be able to put up a 0. Interesting comments from Rodon in the New York Post today when he was asked about facing Soto and the fact that Soto saw all of his pitches last season. Rodon said, well, I saw all of his swings, too. I saw all of his at-bats. So some good mano-a-mano that we're going to be featured tonight.
Well, what happens if this battle of the boroughs comes down to a battle of the bullpens? Still to come on the FanDuel Yankees pregame, we're going to break down who has the edge when it comes to those late-game, high-octane arms. Don't go anywhere.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com.
When you get these intense games against rivals, things could go to the late innings, maybe a 1-run, 2-run games. These are the way the bullpens stack up between the Mets and the Yankees. Mets with a sub-3 ERA. Yankees with a better opponent average against. Yanks with a little better strikeout percentage. As we take a look at these bullpens, Jack, is there an advantage one way or the other? There are some big arms at the back end, but they get things done in a variety of different ways.
It's a very close matchup to call it one way or the other. I look at the Yankees and what they have gotten from Luke Weaver this season, and he has been nails for the whole year. Now, Diaz recently has been unbelievable for the Mets. The last 11 games, only 1 run allowed. That was after a blip at the beginning of the season. But I think the X factor for me is someone that Meredith spoke to earlier, and that is Dennis Cruz. He comes in with that splitter and just makes good hitters look foolish. So if you're Aaron Boone tonight, you're probably hoping that Rodon can get you deep into the game. And then Cruz and Weaver are some late-inning, high-leverage guys you want to turn to.
Yeah, you always have to start at the back and then come back to the middle of the game. And you talked about the two closers, both on top of their games right now. So the Yankees feel great about Weaver. And then you start working back the eighth inning. Devin Williams seems to be back on track, so that's an attractive option. Jonathan Loaisiga being activated today is a huge addition for the New York Yankees, just because what we have heard from the reports, Aaron Boone telling Meredith how great he has looked in the minor leagues, did not walk a batter during his rehab. That tells me a lot about the health and the mental comfort knowing that he's healthy and he can attack the strike zone. If you're getting Jonathan Loaisiga back, Jack, the guy that we think about, not the guy that's been injured, that is a huge addition.
A few years back, he was the best reliever in the American League. And I know injuries have pushed him off to the side and turned him into a spectator. But, John, you used the word. If he can stay healthy, suddenly Loaisiga is another pitcher that you have. You're very willing to say, here, you use him in the 8th inning and you use him in the 9th inning. Boone said before the game he will not hesitate to use Loaisiga in any situation. If they have the best of Loaisiga back, that is a terrific addition.
And if you do want to use him late, how about, like, if you said all of a sudden the Mets are looking at a Cruz in the 6th or 7th inning? I mean, you talk about shortening a game.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Aaron Boone is going to handle this, right? Probably not going to go back-to-back with Loaisiga, but do you just throw him right into a high-leverage situation against the Mets in the Subway Series? He probably won't hesitate to do that because of his pedigree. I'm sure he would rather a little low-leverage situation, get him back into a big league game, get him around the atmosphere again, and then you get him rolling as the season moved on. But if I'm Aaron Boone and I have Jonathan Loaisiga in that bullpen in a big spot, I would not hesitate.
Well, this is rivalry weekend across Major League Baseball, and as we have talked about, the Big Apple is buzzing right now outside the World Trade Center Oculus in downtown Manhattan. Fans are getting ready to watch our Yes Network broadcast on a big screen as part of the Major League Baseball watch party, complete with rally towels and other giveaways. The event is going on all weekend, so stop on by. We're going to wrap things up next on the FanDuel Yankees pregame. The Gotham Sports app is your new home for streaming live Yankees games and so much more, and it's free with an eligible TV provider subscription. Download the Gotham Sports app now or visit GothamSports.com to get streaming. Good to have you back for a couple minutes before we get you out to the stadium, and we're going to get your Kia keys in just a minute. But I do want to ask you this. On one hand, everybody's talking about this series. Two first-place teams kind of has a playoff vibe, right? On the other hand, players and managers will tell you, look, it's a regular season series. That's all it is. So do the managers manage it that way, give their starting pitchers, for example, a little more leeway, or would they pull the ripcord and go to the bullpen early like they might do in a playoff game?
Well, I think both managers are looking at their starting pitching, and I think Aaron Boone is saying, I feel great about Rodon, and Mendoza probably saying not so great about McGill. So it might change their strategy going to their bullpen, which is one of the best in baseball, a little bit early. But Aaron Boone has been praising Carlos Rodon. I think he goes into this start like any other start. We trust you to give us 6+ innings and do your thing. And if we're going to see anything different, maybe we make a change, but I don't see him changing because it's the Mets.
Two smart managers, two smart organizations. I'm sure they know what matchups they want to get to when the bullpens get involved. But the greatest matchup is to have an effective starting pitcher who is out there taking you deep into the game. That makes life easier for any manager. And I am with Flash. I think if you just look at the numbers on the season, Rodon is the one who is more likely to pitch deeper into this game. He has struck out more than 30% of the batters that he has faced. We talked about the batting average against. It's only 171. So Rodon can be a hero tonight for Aaron Boone and company if he pitches deep into the game.
Two good pitchers. Pitching always dominates the conversation and sets the tone early. Having said that, the keys to the game might go in a little different direction. What's your key?
My key to the game is going back to offense, but it also involves pitching. Homers equal happiness. The Yankees lead the majors in home runs with 76. The Mets pitching staff, they've allowed the fewest home runs in the majors, only 28. So I think the Yankees need to hit a couple of baseballs over the fence tonight in order to make sure they're feeling good when this game is over.
Yeah, my key to the game is the old catcher in me looking at the lineup for the Mets, and Pete Alonso is hitting third. So keep the polar bear on ice. Rodon's going to have to face Lindor, then the big adrenaline at bat with Soto. But Pete Alonso is waiting in that number 3 spot. And if you look at his history against the Yankees, 26 games against the Yankees, he has hit 9 home runs. You look at Aaron Judge, 25 games against the Mets, he's hit 12. Obviously, Judge's numbers are better, but Pete Alonso also has been a big figure in these Subway Series in the past.
And Flash, really quickly, the weather now warming up. It's getting near the end of May, and all of a sudden, it might be overcast, but it's about 70 degrees. Ball could be flying tonight.
Yeah, I think the home runs, and Jack talked about this, especially from the Yankee perspective, is going to be a big part of these 3 games. But the Yankees feel great about that left-hander getting loose in their bullpen right now, throwing the ball as well as any pitcher in all of baseball.
It is time to get you out to the Bronx for the start of Game 1 of the Subway Series. The big subplot, Juan Soto back in town. Well, he's always been kind of in town, but he's back in the Bronx, out in right field tonight. What kind of reception will he have? We're about to find out. Kay, Cone, O'Neill have the call for you. Enjoy the ball game coming up next.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Yes.
The Subway is back in town, bringing the Subway Series with it. The Yankees against the Mets, the first of 6 games that these 2 teams will play in the regular season. Look who's back. Juan Soto in a different uniform. And, of course, the guy who never left, Aaron Judge, is having an unbelievable year for the Yankees. And now it's all set. It is time for baseball as the Yankees meet the Mets in the first game of a 3-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball. Along with David Cone and Paul O'Neill, I'm Michael Kay. Yankees just got back from a West Coast swing. They were 4-2 on the West Coast and right in the middle of 6 games, playing great, as always, the captain.
You're right. He has played great. He's putting together a year that we've never seen before. We thought we had all the words out there to describe Aaron Judge. No, this year has topped them all. A couple home runs in Sacramento, and then on Wednesday night, a game winner. The hardest home run he's hit all year. What has he not done this year, Michael?
Well, he's just dominated, and against the Mets in 25 career games, 314, 12 home runs, 22 ribbies, slugging at .779. Now, we told you that Soto's back. There's a crackling energy to this ballpark and to this series because of it, and he's probably going to be greeted rudely. He got off to a slow start with the Mets, but of late, more like Juan Soto.
Yeah, Juan Soto's been through a lot in his young career, going back to the Washington Nationals, big games. He's come through a lot. A little bit of a slow start to his Mets tenure, but he will never face anything like he's going to face tonight at Yankee Stadium. He's never seen the reaction like he's going to get tonight. This is place you want to be tonight. All due respect to the Knicks. As far as baseball goes, Juan Soto back in the Bronx. This is exciting. I'm anxious to watch.
All right, first 31 games, he hit .241. The OPS was .752. Last 12, you could see the numbers pick up. But after 43 games last season with the Yanks, he had a great start. .313, 9 home runs, 34 ribbies, leading to his best season of his young career. The Subway Series, it means something. It means something to the fans. All the big stars are out. Both teams are in first place. This means something to the fans, and when it means something to the fans, it means something to the players. Well, when we come back, we'll hear from Aaron Judge. The captain will talk about what the Subway Series means to him and his teammates. That's next, right here on Yes.
Welcome back to the Bronx for Yankees baseball on Yes as we get you set for the 29th season of the Subway Series. Hey everyone, I'm Meredith Marakovitz. The Yankees and the Mets are both playing great baseball coming into tonight's matchup. Each team is in first place in their respective division. But according to the captain, there is only one team in this town.
We all know it's Yankees town, that's for sure. There's no doubt about it. But it's fun to compete. You know, those Subway Series are some of the best, most electric atmospheres I've played in. It's back and forth. You see the stadiums both filled up with pinstripes and orange and blue, and guys going back and forth. So I'm definitely looking forward. You know, they have a great team. They had a great run last year, you know, just like us. So it's going to be fun battling out this year in the Subway Series.
One thing we do know, the fans will be in it tonight as everyone waits to see how they receive Juan Soto back in the Bronx for the first time. Plenty more to come here on the YES Network. When we get back, Carlos Rodon gets the ball. First pitch coming your way after the break.
Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at Genesis.com. By FanDuel. New customers get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And by Montefiore Einstein, official hospital of the New York Yankees. Well, you usually don't need extra flavor for the Subway Series. The Yankees and the Mets, crosstown rivals, not that far apart, the two ballparks. But this has a little extra spice because of the Juan Soto storyline. Yankees take the field. Francisco Lindor will lead off for the Mets. And we will take a look at the Mets starting lineup. Lindor first and Juan Soto bats second. Pete Alonso having a great year hitting third. Cleaning up Mark Vientos. Brendan Nimmo is in left. Starling Marte, the DH. Francisco Alvarez will catch. Batting eighth and playing second base, Luis Angel Acuna. And then Tyrone Taylor is in center field, and he is going to bat ninth. So Lindor's gotten off to a good start, and Carlos Rodon on the mound for the Yankees. This will be his 10th start.
Indeed, Carlos Rodon towing the slab and the boogie down here in this Subway Series. And let's check out the pitcher's scouting report brought to you by Nissan and his recent dominance over his last three starts, an 0.95 ERA and striking out the world, it seems like. And that's because of the attack mode. Getting ahead when he's 0-1. Opposing batters are batting 0.94 off of him. That's why you hear get ahead in the count. And Subway success, 2 starts against the Mets in the Subway Series. Only 1 earned run given up and over 10 innings pitched.
All right, let's check out the defense behind him. Is brought to you by your Tri-State Chevy dealers. Bellinger's in left, Grisham in center, and Aaron Judge over in right. We'll go in the infield from third to first. Peraza, Volpe, Vivas, and Goldschmidt. Austin Wells behind the plate. Jason Dominguez, the youngster, will be the DH. And on the mound is the veteran left-hander, Carlos Rodon. So this place is going to be jammed for all 3 games. There's a game tomorrow afternoon, then Sunday night. Yankees and the Mets. Obviously, there'll be a majority of Yankee fans, but Met fans will be represented as well. The Mets are in first place in the National League East, and the Yankees are in first place in the American League East. The Yankees went to the World Series last year, lost to the Dodgers. Mets went to the NLCS, and they lost to the Dodgers in the NLCS. Mets come in at 28-16. The Yankees are 25-18. So there is an energy in this ballpark. There's an energy in this city about the Mets against the Yankees. And again, as we said, the added spice is Juan Soto returning to the Bronx in a different uniform after such a great year last year with the Yanks. It's a beautiful night. It was raining for most of the afternoon. Soto comes out on deck. And he'll watch Lindor battle Rodon. Lindor's ready. Rodon's ready. And let's do it here in the Bronx. First pitch is a strike. We are underway. The crew chief, Todd Titchener, behind the plate. James Jean at first. Adam Hamari at second. And Nesta Ceja is over at third. .95 miles an hour on the corner. It's 0-2.
It's your attack mode right there, Coney. Huh? Boom, boom. Strike one, strike two.
That is all the difference in the world for Carlos Rodon.
Grounded to third. Peraza. 1 away. That'll bring up Soto. Let's listen. way, he was expecting flowers.
Well, you know what? Maybe his middle name's Lou because he was tipping his cat to something. Maybe he didn't know anything was getting booed.
Pitch outside to Soto. Soto had a wonderful first season with the Yankees, his only season with the Yankees, and left as a free agent, signing a 15-year deal with the Mets. As we said in the open, he's come on of late, but his numbers at this point in the season nowhere close to what they were last year with the Yankees. The one thing you wonder is how Soto will handle this, and Soto seems throughout his young career to be impervious to pressure. The bigger the moment, he seems like he steps up. Will this make him withdraw? Will it make him even better? Well, we'll watch over the weekend. Fastball in there for strike, 3-1.
You know, it looks so easy. Lindor, strike one, strike two, and then a good changeup. And then he was like overthrowing. As a pitcher, I mean, you hear the crowd. You want to probably try to do too much to get an out. Right?
Exactly. And Soto walks. Ball gets away from Wells. He finds it. So 1-out walk to Juan Soto. And that brings up Pete Alonso off to a wonderful start, although he started to slow down a bit of late. Five for his last 24. But he has benefited, obviously, from Soto hitting in front of him.
Well, no doubt about it. I mean, he's having a great year. I mean, he's put together numbers. He's driving the ball. And, you know, he was a guy that just didn't really know where he was going to go, pretty much. You know, he didn't have the 10-year contract thrown out his way. And, you know, he's just kind of put a chip on his shoulder and got off to a great start.
I agree completely. He feels like, you know what? He's ready to go this year.
Soto, he's picked off, but they mishandled the throw, so he'll take second. He was off of first base by so much, and Rodon hesitated to throw to Goldschmidt.
Well, Rodon did not look over there. I mean, at this point, as soon as he, right there, he's picked off, and he just didn't know. And by Wells' going to get over there, you know, you could have stepped off and gone to second base.
A good scouting report on Rodon getting locked into home plate and forgetting about the runner.
Two and one on Alonso.
Kind of changed the way you go about getting Alonso out. Now with first base open, now the Soto's at second.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is a good visit right here. You know, Goldschmidt, a leader. Because Carlos Rodon is a great pitcher. But he's also, you know, highly emotional, too. So, yeah, hey, let's get back together here. Let's make sure we're on the same page.
All right, Paul, it's time for the keys to the game, brought to you by your local Kia dealers.
Well, we've seen it already. This is just a little different atmosphere than your regular game, and you do have star power. It's not Sudge and Jodo, Alonso, Lindor, Goldschmidt, Bellinger, all kinds of stars on the field, and who knows? You might be watching these guys, these two teams in October. That'd be every dream in New York to see another Subway Series, true World Series.
Soto leads off second. Alonso waves through that pitch, 2-2.
Well, there's a four-seamer, but a little bit out of the zone. Alonso a little hesitant, not getting a good swing off on it.
And we can see early that Rodon's kind of proud of his fastball tonight. See both teams wearing camouflage hats. It's Armed Forces Weekend. 3-2. Line drive and caught by Peraza. Took a base hit away from Alonso. 2 away.
Well, you can't complain about Peraza and his defense. I mean, he is so good wherever you put him. This ball was in on him a little bit, which gave him a little bit extra time. But still, a great play to save a run.
There's no two ways about it. That kid can play some defense anywhere you put him. He graded out as well above average in the minor leagues, and he showed that on the major league level as well.
So here's Vientos, 2 outs, just underway here at the stadium. Yankees and the Mets. Soto is getting a walking, huge lead at second base. And Rodon not paying much attention. He dials it up to 96. Tapped off the end of the bat. Goldschmidt will beat Vientos to the bag, and Rodon puts up a 0 on the top of the first. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left.
Well, big relief, I'm sure, from Rodon. You go out there that geeked up, Coney, as a starting pitcher, and you get through the first inning. It's got to be a big monkey off your back, huh?
He wasn't going to let that guy, Juan Soto, go deep, was he? Kind of pitched around him.
Well, we're deciding to stay with you here between the top of the first and the bottom of the first, because you heard the reception for Juan Soto when he came up to bat. That's going to be interesting to see. You can see right now he's going to see a lot of backs out there from the bleacher creatures. What the reception will be out in right field. And a lot of people saying, well, didn't he have a great year for the Yankees? And he certainly did. But I think a lot of Yankee fans feel betrayed because they showed him so much love from the first game to the last game of the World Series. And I guess they thought that that would get them a little extra consideration. Maybe it did, but they are already protesting Juan Soto before he goes out to right.
Turn their back to him. We've got a cameraman in right field. He's all ready. So, yeah, this is a little bit different atmosphere than we see day in and day out, huh, Coney?
That's great theater, like only the bleacher creatures can provide. They are the best, bar none, of anybody in the game in terms of the fan base. They've been doing this for years. They invented the roll call, and they've got a new thing going on tonight.
Yeah.
Well, he's taking a long time to get out to right. Every one of his teammates is out on the field, so he's going to hear it now as he comes out of the dugout. He's jogging out to a spot that was such a place of love and glory for him last year, and it's going to be a completely different vibe right now. So he's ready and right. And Grisham will lead off against McGill. Pitch up and away, 1-0. Well, he is certainly acting as if it's not bothering him, and he's kind of milking it just a bit. The tip of the cap at home plate, waving to the crowd out and right. One and one. I don't think he's hearing plaudits out there right now. They're not throwing flowers.
He's hearing boos. I mean, you know, you as a player can say, I'm not hearing it, I'm locked in. No, you hear it. You know what's going on. Took me back to the old days. I felt I was running to right field in Fenway Park there, Coney. That was the reception I usually got there.
Try warming up in that bullpen over there. The chicken coop.
You get hit with any bottles? I got hit with a bottle once in Fenway. I think they went to paper cups the next year.
Juan Soto has been through a lot in his young career. World Series champion with the Nats, broke in as a teenager. Played for the Bronx, played in the World Series with the Yankees. He's never had a night like tonight.
No. Very hard to concentrate when this much is going on in your mind, other than just playing the game. Probably the best thing in the world could have happened was him to have an easy at bat to walk, because as much as everybody wants him to do bad, he wants to do, he wants to kind of show up the New York crowd too and show that he's proud to be a Met.
Strangely, Soto would not speak to the media before the game. And there's a walk to Grisham. Let's take a look at the Yankee lineup. You just saw Grisham, Judge next, then Bellinger, middle third, Goldschmidt, Dominguez, and Volpe. Bottom third, Wells, Peraza, and Bibas. With Rodon on the mound, has a 2-0 career record against the Mets. Well, here's the guy who stayed. Had an opportunity to go elsewhere, probably more money elsewhere, and he decided to stay, and he's thrilled, and the Yankees are thrilled. What a combination Judge and Soto were, and I think that's why it resonates so much with the fans. We were getting a modern-day version of Ruth and Gehrig.
Yep. Now Judge is Ruth, Gehrig, and Mantle. It's everybody. He's all by himself, but he's still doing everything.
Two-0 on Judge.
You know what I thought was actually kind of unfair was, if you're Soto, you have to answer the questions. But Aaron Judge had to answer so many questions also. You know what? If I'm not mistaken, Aaron Judge wanted to stay. Why do I need to answer questions for somebody that left?
The 2-0. There's a strike.
And guys, Aaron Judge had nothing but great things to say about Juan Soto, and saying he was a terrific teammate. He's a terrific offensive player. Said he understood the decision and wished him well. So no hard feelings amongst the two.
So a 2-1 count on Judge. Judge was 12 for 25 on the Yankees' 6-game road trip, hitting .412. Throws the fastball by him, 2-2.
Yeah, you remember that last at bat on Wednesday where he hit that rocket against Seattle. This is a fastball up in the strike zone. Aaron Judge just underneath.
Missed outside, 3-2.
Look, Conan, if there's one thing you look at that is different from when Aaron Judge stepped in the box his first at bat and now, years ago, he takes that pitch. Where he used to strike out and walk to the die, he takes that pitch now.
He's a smart hitter. See if they send Grisham. Small lead, held there by Alonso. He does not go. And a swing and a miss. Judge swings through the fastball, one away. Take a look at the Met defense, brought to you by your Tri-State Chevy dealers. Nimos and lefties made a couple of unbelievable plays out there at Citi Field last week. Taylor in center, Soto over in right. Infield, Vientos, Lindor, Acuna, and Alonso third to first. Alvarez behind the plate. Marte the DH. Here's Bellinger with a 10-game hitting streak. Now, when you look at the Yankee lineup today, in lineup roulette, it's Ben Rice that's out, as Jason Dominguez is the DH, and Bellinger and Grisham are in. Line into right center field, and it's going to be a base hit. Taylor makes the play. Moving to second is Grisham. So Bellinger extends his hitting streak to 11 straight.
Yeah, Cody Bellinger swinging the bat a lot better. He's not lunging near as much. You watch, there's not near the body movement of his head and everything. And he's starting to really get on some pitches and hit them hard. So he's behind the baseball there. McGill so far, Coney, using that fastball a lot.
He likes his fastball. He's got a much improved slider this year as well. But he's not afraid to challenge hitters with that four-seamer.
Got to bring up Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt came off the bench as a pinch hitter in the final game in Seattle and hit a home run to tie the game. It's the Yankees' third pinch hit home run this year. And in the 3 previous seasons, the Yankees only had 3 pinch hit home runs. We'll
give you the Nissan pitcher scouting report for Tyler McGill, and the opportunity knocks. Injuries, he's in there, he's taking advantage of it. The old drop ball, his slider's dropping a lot this year, almost over 8 inches above average, and Subway Series success too. He's had a 10 strikeout game against the Yankees in this series a couple years back.
Overall 3-3 with a 3.10 ERA. Yankees threatening though in the bottom of the first and second, 1 man out. And the cleanup battle, Goldschmidt at the plate.
Connie, you saw that knuckle up on the. Can you throw a slider with your knuckle up there like a curveball?
Absolutely.
High fly ball. Nimmo makes the play, tagging Grisham. He draws the throw, but he'll stay put at second. Right, game time weather presented by Bigelow, the official hot tea of the Yankees. 68 degrees, and it's moderate with a chance of rain, not too much humidity, and the wind is calm.
We just go with our own scouter. Humidity too much.
It is too much.
Michael, some of those games we did earlier in the year, we'll be begging for nights like this, huh?
We might go back to that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Supposed to be really cold.
A little chilly?
Yeah, a little chilly.
We got 3 in the booth now. We'll just snuggle up. And...
A little soupy out tonight, right? Soupy sales.
Dominguez hits 1 foul. Dominguez 6 for 20 on the road trip.
Cody, we throw names out there, and if you're young kids out there, you're thinking, what is Cody? Soupy Sales, an old comedian, huh?
Yeah, you got to look him up. Go to the Google.
Love it.
Like Warner Wolf used to say, go to the videotapes, and kid, go to the Google.
And just a quick primer, he had a children's show on TV, and he got in trouble, actually lost his job because he told all the kids, go into mommy's purse, get the money, and send it to Soupy Sales. Didn't play well.
It's a good idea. This didn't quite work out.
Grisham's at second, Bellinger is at first. 1-1, 2-1. Let's check out Todd Tishner, what he's about. He's hitter-friendly, but not really pinned to the right. Fewer inside strikes on lefty batters, fewer low strikes on righty batters. He's a crew chief, and he's in his 19th season in the bigs.
He's got a beat-up mass, too. That thing's been around the block.
Three and one. Volpe on deck, 21 pitches for McGill. Three and two. That releases the runners.
Coney, that's not where you want to throw that one. Little four-seamer right down the middle of the plate, just fouled back. A good swing.
Pretty good swing, right? That would get your attention out there.
Ooh.
Dominguez has some serious bat speed, especially from the left side.
Strike three. Curveball drops in there, and Dominguez down looking. No runs a hit, and 2 men left. We'll go to the second. Nothing. Well, let's check out FanDuel's live same-game parlays. Judge going to hit a home run today? Wills, will he get a hit? Rodon, will he have 7 or more strikeouts?
A tough one today.
Yeah.
That's a postcard. I haven't seen the sunshine at Central Park for a long time.
Good-looking city. Brandon Nimmo leads off. Now, I know for a fact, guys, that Oswaldo Cabrera, watching the game at home with his dad right now. Obviously, he had the surgery. He suffered a horrific injury in Seattle. And it resonated with so many people because he's such a delightful young man where no one has a bad word to say about him. He's always smiling. He's always appreciative of where he is and what he's accomplishing, and loved being a member of the Yankees. And he went to the hospital after the injury at home plate. And Judge and Volpe spent a lot of the night with him.
Is that right?
And he was cheering them up because the team was really just completely blown apart with sadness because this guy who's so well loved suffered this terrible injury. Hopefully he gets back shortly and he comes back just as good as always. But there are very few people that you will meet that will be as much of a delight as Oswaldo Cabrera.
There's never a time where you see him in the clubhouse, on the field. He doesn't have a smile on his face. He's positive. He's got energy, and he can do a lot of things for you on the roster.
And guys, he left about noon local time in Seattle to get in the car to go to the airport, and it was almost like a receiving line. A ton of not only players, trainers, everybody in that hotel lobby to give him a hug before he left, wish him well with the surgery and all of that. He is just so beloved in that room, and it's just that, as Trent Grisham told me on the field, he is the best of all of us. Always positive, always a smile on his face, and works incredibly hard. We hope he gets back soon.
2-2 to Nimmo.
I'll say this, watching from home, the scene at home plate with the head trader Tim and Oswaldo at home plate was the most heartwarming, heartfelt scene I think I've seen in the big leagues, maybe ever. The way he was hugging him at the home plate.
And Oswaldo thanked Tim in his Instagram post, too. He thanked a lot of people, the Seattle staff as well, and everybody trying to help him when he was down.
And we're talking about Tim Lentich, one of the Yankees athletic trainers, does such a great job. And it was quite an emotional scene in Seattle. There's Tim, also a terrific guy. 3-2, swing and a miss. You know, one more thing about Cabrera. Some people will say, how you doing? And you could say, oh, things are going, and they don't even hear it. When Oswaldo Cabrera comes up to you and goes, how you doing? He waits for an answer and wants to know how you're doing. And if something's wrong, he wants to go, what's wrong? Tell me. That's the type of kid he is. So get better, Oswaldo.
Here, here.
Marte takes a strike. 0-2 on Starling Marte.
Well, you look at Marte, he's 36 years old now, 14th year. I mean, when you take back in his career, there were times where he stole 47 bases twice, two-time All-Star, now kind of a DH, a role against left-handed hitters.
The 0-2, swing and a miss on the slider. 2 away. Let's check out the leaders brought to you by your local Tri-State Genesis retailer. So, opponents at 171 against Rodon. That's second best in the American League. Strikeouts, 69, second best in the American League. And opponents OPS, 569. That's 8th best in the American League. He's put together a really good season.
Yeah, he's one of the very nastiest lefties in the game. Just a tough at-bat. And there's some good ones out there.
Yep.
Really on both sides, you know, the American and National League.
A pretty good lefty going on Sunday, Coney. You can talk about Max Fried. He's off to a decent start for the Yankees, huh? Wow.
Yeah, there's a reason why Max Fried is the highest paid left-handed pitcher in the history of the game. We've seen it. He's been worth every penny.
Again, he's feeling pretty good about his fastball. 2-1. And Alvarez needs some pine tar.
You know, you used to be, you remember, Paulie, when we were playing, it was just the radar gun readings that they put up on the scoreboard. That wow, look at that. You're seeing how, you know, they're showing us that. Now it's vertical and horizontal movement. And you see, even Rodon will check out to see the life on his pitches. So will the hitters. It's not just about velocity. It's about sort of that life. So I got that jump in my fastball, that vertical break at the top of the zone.
Oh, 1 pitch away from striking out the side. 2-2 on Alvarez. Count full. And the lefty rocks and deals. Fly ball center field. Grisham makes the play. And Rodon retires the Mets in order. 1, 2, 3. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Well, it's time for Pinstripe Pride, brought to you by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicles of the Yankees. Tonight's picture is from Christine, who's teaching her son early that he lives in a Yankees family. Kid has no choice. Use the hashtag Toyota Pinstripe Pride. Mention yes in pictures you post to social media to reflect your love for the Bronx Bombers. We might spotlight you in a future game. The little guy seemed happy, though.
Yep. Yankees must have won that then.
There's a guy who dreamed about being a Yankee. His dad and his grandpa are such big Yankee fans, so I'm sure in the crib Anthony Volpe was being prepared to be a Yankee. Well, he's got New York Knicks flavored spikes.
Very nice.
New York forever. Knicks playing tonight, Game 6 at the Garden. And a strike. So Yankee Stadium, the center of the baseball universe, and 6.5 miles away at Madison Square Garden, the basketball universe. Hit sharply and fielded there by Lindor. One away.
Well, whether you like him or not, Lindor is, if not one of the better shortstops in the game. I mean, he just does everything offensively and defensively.
Yeah, he'll be in Cooperstown before he's done.
There's Austin Wells. 1-0.
The thing that's interesting about this particular version of the Subway Series is the strength of the Mets. It's kind of the run prevention side. They've given up the fewest amount of home runs in the big leagues. The Yankee side, they've hit the most home runs. So something's got to give in this series.
Again, McGill, it's 97. It's the middle of the plate, and something will give, Coney, if you keep hitting that fastball in the middle of the plate.
Strike 3. Called looking at a change. Let's check out the Mohegan Sun team scouting report on the Mets. What do you have, David?
Well, nobody kind of saw this coming, but they do have the top starting rotation in the big league so far, a 2.74 collective ERA, and somebody deserves credit for that. Front office, pitching staff, everybody, the coaches. Front-loaded lineup. The top of their lineup is as good as anybody's. And the pin's been locked down so far, with Diaz at the end 9 for 9 in saves.
One 1-0 on Peraza. Now 1-1.
Yeah, you look at Carlos Mendoza, who's a man only in his second year. Had a great year last year, but you know he kind of learned over here how to win, what it takes to win, and then walked into a absolutely perfect situation over there with the Mets, with an owner that will spend money, and it's important to win. So you know, you might see these teams battling for years to come.
There's that new and improved slider from McGill right there at 84 miles an hour, and a lot of depth to it. It's a real downer.
Couldn't hold up. Got him on the slider, and that's the 4th strikeout for McGill. We played 2 at the stadium. Nothing. Well, suit up this season at MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of authentic jerseys, caps, hoodies, T-shirts, and more. Visit MLBshop.com, the official source for your Yankees gear. Here's Acuna. And there's a strike. Acuna, Taylor, and back to the top of the order, Lindor. We're in the 3rd inning, 0-0. Yankees and the Mets, first game of the Subway Series. Check swing.
Look at Cunha. Obviously looks like his brother a lot. Down in Atlanta. He's only 23 years old. His second season. Does a lot of things well defensively. Can hit the ball a little bit, but has great speed. 57 stolen bases in 2023 in the minor leagues. So got a lot to look forward to if you're a Mets fan.
Some good bloodlines.
Yeah. Just looking at his brother. 27 years old in 2023, MVP, 41 home runs, 73 stolen bases, 217 hits. Those are crazy numbers
for the ages. And the old back leg slider, once you commit, you cannot stop.
You don't see major league hitters miss by that much very often. You notice his slider, it doesn't have that dot on it. It's got a big circular spin on it. What's the difference?
A lot of it's grip and seam orientation, which is studied so closely now with the high-speed cameras, and we're showing that in slow motion too as well in our super shot. So that's the real difference, is the look you get right out of the hand now with the new technology. And that's what I would have loved to have had. You'd be able to, the study of the spin, how you orient the seams, how you make the ball break. I think a lot of times you were guessing, you know, back when I went through on the side with Mel Stoudemire, I was kind of guessing, how do I make this ball move? Do I need to turn it over? Do I need to pronate more? Well, now you know you don't have to. With the high-speed cameras, you could go ahead and cut it and get the seams right.
Volpe. 2 outs. Why don't we take a look at his arsenal on StatCast 3D by Google Cloud?
And it's an expanding arsenal from a 2-pitch pitcher to a true 5-pitch pitcher now. And you think about that changeup has come a long way. And look at the batting average against. We knew he had a great slider. We know he has a great fastball. Changeup, 206 batting average against. That's a game changer for Carlos Rodon. And that's where the seams come into play in the grip and not having to turn it over to try to get the movement. Trusting the seams, the way you orient the seams is the key to the concept of seam shifted weight.
You know, as soon as he got to the Yankees that first year, he was a 2-pitch pitcher, and that's almost what you see out of the bullpen. And he had to adjust, in my mind, because everybody can catch up to 96 now, and so you got to figure out something to get them off the fastball.
Two-0 on Lindor. He grounded to third. That was in the first. Left field, Bellinger, and the Mets go down in order. In fact, Rodon has retired 8 in a row. The Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Hyundai. With a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. By Optimum Fiber. Get Optimum, the fastest fiber internet. Don't take slow for an answer. And by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play. 167 players have played for both the Yankees and the Mets. One of the guys in the booth did that. And it wasn't O'Neill, so you figure out who it was.
James, what year were you over there?
Here's Vivas to start off the third inning against McGill.
Coney, I was just looking at that picture of Doc. I mean, that's right when you got over there, when Doc was in his heyday, right?
Yes, absolutely. I got all the aftermath of the '86 Mets. I showed up the next spring and said, oh, my God.
What are these guys doing?
Line drive. It is going to be a base hit in front of Soto. Vivas with a leadoff single here in the third.
You know what I've learned, though, by hearing that story, Cody, you were a fast learner. You know that?
I just tried to fit in.
Yeah.
Just like Vivas, trying to fit in right here.
Ball away. If you stay on it, you can still pull it.
And now back to the top of the order, and Trent Grisham, who walked in the first inning. Got off to a great start. So Ryan Hunt is filling in for Travis Chapman, who is attending his daughter's graduation. So Ryan in the system with the Yankees as the first base coach here tonight. first base. Grabbed there by Alonso. He has one play, makes it at first to get Grisham. And Bibas moves to second.
Boy, this became a very awkward play. He kind of had to stab at it and then turn around. He decided to go back to first base. Kind of a short hop that he just stabbed at and then went back behind him. And that little short arm, you know that one, Coney, when you're the pitcher, huh?
Yeah, it looked like he had a play at second, too, potentially, but took the sure one at first.
Runner at second. That brings up Judge. He struck out in the first inning.
And they go really challenge him with fastballs. Struck him out with a fastball. Looked like Aaron Judge was looking for that slider. And he goes back to the slider, especially with first base open.
Yeah, we saw Judge kind of sitting breaking ball his first at bat, right? Took that, got beat on that fastball. You can't be as great a hitter as Judge is without thinking ahead a little bit every now and then, but kind of trying to read a pitcher, guess a little bit. Otherwise, you're swinging at that one.
You don't have much luck with that one either, believe me.
There's that slider, 2-1.
You know, timing-wise, Aaron Judge right on this pitch. That just goes to show you, as Coney has talked about it, how much downward action you get. Because, see, he's right on it timing-wise. It just swings, it moves that much.
Yeah, that's a drop ball.
3-1 on Judge.
We tend to think of sliders, you know, so many classifications, sweeper, slider. Some old school guys, you know, they take exception to that. Why don't we reinvent the wheel? But really, you think of sliders as moving more side to side, and his goes down hard. Way more than average, at the top of the list in terms of downward break.
Bibas leads off second, 1 man out, 3-1 count on the captain. And he walked him.
You talk about thinking ahead. That's Aaron Judge going up to the plate knowing that he's probably not going to get a really good pitch to hit with first base open.
Now to bring up Bellinger, cooking up something special with Hexclad. Join the hybrid revolution at hexclad.com. Well, extended his hitting streak to 11 straight with a single in the first. And during that time, 326, 2 homers, 5 ribbies. First and second, 1 man out. Bellinger now hitting .234. 14 for his last 40. 0-1. Had such a great spring training and started off slowly, and some of it had to do, remember, he had the food poisoning and he had to sit out because of a sore lower back. Kind of fell out what he was doing so well in Tampa. Now it seems like he's finding it again.
Yeah, if you watch him from the side, there's far less movement than there was early in the year, where he was trying to really make things happen quick.
Going to be a real tough play. The throw first, not in time, he beat it out. A slow roller to Vientos, and the Yankees have the bases loaded.
Yeah, cue ball and a beauty right here. It really sets up the Yankees for a big inning right here. Cody Bellinger runs pretty well, clearly safe at first base, but right off the end of the bat, that is just a cue shot. You couldn't throw it out there any better.
Smell them out, right? About halfway there. Knock.
Yeah. You know, when you're young, you know it's a knock. When you're old, you just hope something doesn't fall off.
A little meeting on the mound. We'll talk it over, how they have to pitch to Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt says he's faced the Mets a lot. 84 games in his career. 288 average, 360 on base percentage, 18 home runs and 54 ribbies in those games. So big spot early. Bottom of the third inning, 0-0. First game of this 3-game Subway Series. Have another one later on in the year at Citi Field.
Well, this is one of those big at-bats, big times of the game here, Coney. You got bases loaded with one of your hotter hitters in Goldschmidt up there trying to break this game open.
Mets back looking for the double play. Only one up is Alonso at first. He goes around. Let's check out the Forsiga hitters scouting report.
Well, lately more power, not just singles, hitting more doubles, and the big pinch homer on Wednesday, and he has turned back the clock. 346 this year, 245 last year. And strike one doesn't mean anything to him. He's still a 337 hitter.
Dialed it up to 97 in the count 0-2. Dominguez on deck. Bases loaded with the Yankees. Lays off the slider. 1-2.
Yeah, you go into this bat, Coney, bases loaded, crowds up. You're thinking about really, putting one out in the gap, open the second, and then all of a sudden, boom, 2 quick strikes. It's like, all right, somehow, some way, I got to get a run in here.
Well, he lets the ball travel, so that's what makes him a good hitter when he's down in the count.
Outfield pretty deep for Goldschmidt. Broken bat up the middle and grabbed there by Lindor. He has one play, can't make it at first. The ball goes upstairs and gets away from Alonso. A second run will score, and the Yankees lead 2-0.
Yankees draw first blood. A broken bat, but it almost got through. And, Paul Goldschmidt runs very well. He doesn't look like it, but he's got very good speed. The first one gets there easily and then just chugs on to second base. It's going to be a single with an RBI and then an error. You hear that crack back, which almost made it up through the middle, but still a big break for the Yankees.
Almost like Alonso needs to come off the bag and make this play. He's got no chance to get Goldschmidt here, but he tries to stay on the bag and pick it. It was much too late for that.
Second and third, one man out, and the Mets bring the infield in for Dominguez. David Stearns, the president of baseball operations for the Mets, was talking about his team the other day. He said the one thing that we have to improve on is our defense. He said we're better than we've shown, and I expect better from them, but a big E6 right there allows the second run to score and the runners to move up a base. The 0-1. 1-1.
Yeah, that was a ball that a lot of shortstops don't get to. Lindor made the play, and you're exactly right, Coney. You come off the bag just like a catcher. You've got no chance of making it out there and just somehow block the ball at first base.
Lindor 7 errors this year. He made 12 all of last year. Good curveball. Dominguez way out in front.
There's the spike grip on his curveball. That just gets your middle finger on the seam and lets it take over so you can generate spin and get your pointer finger out of the way.
2-2.
And he struck him out last time looking on a breaking ball. He got one fastball, and he got one fastball early in this count. Not be surprised if McGill stays with that breaking ball to try to get a swing and a miss.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Infield in, second and third for the Yanks. 2 runs in. 3-2. One thing that you really have to be impressed with Dominguez, he has a good eye at the plate, and he works the count. He does not expand the zone all that much, especially for a 22-year-old.
Exactly right. That was a changeup, which he hasn't seen yet tonight. To be able to take that was impressive.
And he worked the walk. So now the base is loaded, bringing up Anthony Volpe. And here comes Jeremy Hefner, the pitching coach for the Mets.
It's time to go yard. Echo, power on and on.
Well, the Yankees have the bases loaded, 2 runs already in. They have 4 hits on the game, and they could really take a substantial lead here with the way that Rodon's pitching, and obviously the Yankee bullpen with a full day off after traveling back from the West Coast. They're set up if they could take a big lead here. And here's Volpe. Bellinger at third, Goldschmidt's at second, and Dominguez with great speed, he's over at first. The 29-year-old McGill gets the sign from Alvarez. Blocked by Alvarez, 1-0.
Good smother job there. Just smother, keep in front of you.
Volpe grounded to short. That was in the second. Mets are back for the double play, and the count 2-0. No place to put the Yankee shortstop.
Well, this should be a pitch. I mean, you should get a really good pitch to hit here. Nowhere to put him. Down 2-0 in the count, and then just walk Dominguez. This is a great step out, in my opinion, from Volpe. I mean, this allows the pitcher to think about what's really going on in the game right here, how big a pitch this is.
And now 3-0 on Volpe.
Well, he's trying to invent stuff now, Coney. That's really the first sinker he's thrown all night, huh?
He was counting on him swinging, trying to get him on the ground, and Volpe took it.
Taking all the way, took a strike, 3-1. Runners lead, bases loaded. Fly ball right field. Soto will make the catch, tagging Bellinger. He's coming, and the throw is not in time. A sac fly for Volpe, moving to third. Goldschmidt, and the Yankees lead 3-0.
Well, they took a good chance here. Why not? You got the lead, and Juan Soto threw a two-hopper into the plate. This was not very deep. Definitely McGill thinking that he did his job, but watch, Juan Soto threw a two-hopper to the plate, and it just took up too much time. I'll make that 3 hops.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good throw from right field from that depth at all. You got to have your best throw to home plate right here, and that is certainly not it.
3 hops, and it was still close. So if it was a good throw, they might have gotten it.
Yes.
First and third with 2 men out. And Wells will take a strike. Kranick warming up for the Mets. So for Volpe, he picks up his 25th ribby with that sac fly. 1-1 count on Wells. He struck out looking in the second. Goldschmidt's at third. Dominguez is at first. Lindor plays up the middle for Wells, and the pitch up and away, 2-1.
If you look at it, Coney, he's really gotten away how he got through the first 2 innings with his hard fastball, and then late in the count with the breaking ball. It's been kind of backwards. Seems like he's lost control of everything.
Yeah, gotten a little too careful in a jam here.
3-1.
He had a cue ball from Bellinger, and then the broken bat from Goldschmidt up the middle. And since that point, you're right. He's kind of, you know, uh-oh, I can't give up anything more.
Yeah.
Let me start nibbling. Let me start spinning him.
Three and 2.
The 31st pitch of the inning right there.
Goldschmidt's at third. Dominguez will be going from first. 3-2, 2 outs. Runner goes. Rip foul.
And that's just a well-placed breaking ball. Nothing for a lefty to do other than hook it foul, because it just keeps barreling in on that back foot.
That's why you pay attention when you come to the ball game. Maybe bring a glove. That was over the dugout in the second level. Coming in hot.
And there's ball 4, and the bases are reloaded. And that'll bring up Peraza, and that's the 9th Yankee to come to the plate. 33 pitches for McGill this inning. $3-0 Yankees, looking for more. And a strike.
It's been a long inning, and Rodon has been so good. You ever go back and, like today, the cages are right in the tunnel. You ever go back and throw something?
It's not a bad idea. You know, I never had that option, obviously, at the old Yankee Stadium.
But you did play catch in the...
I would go down in the bowels of Yankee Stadium with the low ceiling.
Perfect game, yeah.
Play catch with Squeegee, the bat boy, and skip him off the ceiling.
McGill really laboring here in the third.
Squeegee the bat boy is now 59 years old.
I was going to say, yeah, don't act like he's a little kid anymore. Huh?
He's not that old.
McGill stepped off. He gets the call there, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 3-2. Obviously, it's quite apparent there's no place to put Peraza. So 3-2, 2 outs. The runners will be going as the old cliches pour out of my mouth. Like you could start the merry-go-round.
You can. I tell you, if you're Goldschmidt at third, this is an awkward thing with a right-hander up. You start jogging towards a dugout, because the last thing you would do is get a line drive right at you.
Ball 4, that's going to force in a run. Goldschmidt jogs down the line, touches the plate. 4-0 Yankees, and that walk knocks McGill out of the game.
What a high quality at bat for Peraza.
So the Yankees send 9 batters to the plate. They still have the bases loaded. They have a 4-0 lead. Mets going to the bullpen. You stay right where you are. Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Ford stores. Ford is proud to be the official SUV of the Yankees. And by Delta, the official airline of the New York Yankees. Delta, keep climbing. Well, the Mets bring in Max Kranick, 27 years old. 3rd big league season. He's been an effective reliever this season. He's picked up off waivers from the Pirates last year. Grew up a big Met fan. He's from Jessup, Pennsylvania, which is just outside of Scranton. So he's going to try to put out this fire. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 4 runs already in. And here's the guy who started it, Yorbi Abibas. He started with a seemingly innocent single to right field. First pitch popped up. Lindor puts it away, and that'll do it. So the Yankees score 4, and the first 2, well, here's how they happen. A broken background ball grabbed by Lindor, fires in the dirt. Alonso couldn't come up with it. 2-run score. Yankees lead 4-0. All right, David, let's check out pitching decisions presented by Sage.
Well, we know about Carlos Rodon's stuff, and that slider has been one of the best in the game since he's been going well. And you can see here, 4 swing and misses on that particular pitch tonight, and through 3 innings, whole lot of nothing, 3 Ks and 1 walk.
Crowd was not booing David's pitching decisions. They were booing Juan Soto leaving out the 4th inning. There's a strike. Soto walked in the first. One and one. Wow, that is a committed little fan.
She booed him, then put her binky back in her mouth.
There you go. You can boo with a binky. A 1-2. You can see that Rodon's being very careful with Soto.
Well, he really has him set up for a fastball, but Soto is so good at catching up to that fastball that he's stuck with that slider.
And the pitch. Just missed. Alonso on deck. Wells could not hold on to the foul ball, so Soto stays alive.
Well, he went with the fastball, and because it's the first one he's seen in the count, that he was kind of behind it. Boy, you saw the crowd ready to cheer. Wells couldn't hold on.
Grounded foul. Let's check out Coors Light beating the pressure. Soto's numbers with the Yankees last year were impressive, and this includes the postseason. He played 171 games, 291, 45 homers, 118 ribbies, and OPS just under 1. He had a great year. And he will walk for the 2nd time.
Well, that's one thing you've seen, if you remember from last year, is Juan Soto does not leave the strike zone very often. A couple of those pitches earlier in the count close, he took them and then went ahead and tried to get him for the slider again outside the strike zone.
There's Pete Alonso. He lined out to Peraza in the first. Now Rodon will keep a closer eye on Soto. Soto had a lead of almost 40 feet and then took off for second. The throw to first was too slow, and Soto stole second standing in the first inning. Oh, and 2 on Alonso. Pete is 5 for his last 33 at the line out in the first inning. Check swing, foul ball. Looked like Alonso would not be returning to the Mets. Then he met personally with the owner of the Mets, Steve Cohen. And they came up with a $54 million contract, 2-year contract, and he can opt out after this year. And he's putting up big numbers. The 0-2. 1 and 2. There's Steve Cohen sitting behind the plate here at the stadium. Swing and a miss. Nice slider to strike out Alonso.
A couple sliders earlier in the count up in the strike zone, and then he went back down to his bread and butter. And there's that big spin on that. It doesn't really start really wheeling until it gets to the plate. That's why you get all that movement late.
Vientos linesman in the center field, a base hit. Broken bat, picks up a single, and that's the first hit for the Mets against Rodon.
Oh, off-speed pitch right off the end of the bat, and it's just a cracked bat. The cracked bats have been good tonight. Goldschmidt had a cracked bat for an RBI earlier.
Hit it like he threw it.
Exactly. How many times do you hear that in the dugout?
Yes.
Huh?
Change up out of the hand, change up off the bat.
Brandon Nimmo, he struck out in the second. Brandon has a 7-game hitting streak. 8 for 27 during the streak. First and second, 1 man out. 1-0. Yankees lead 4-0. They had 4 runs on 3 hits, 1 big error, and they walked 4 times in the 3rd inning against McGill to put up those runs. There's a strike. Slider clips the outside corner, 1-1. Slider's been great for him. The Mets are 0 for 5 against him. He's walked 1, and he struck out 4 on that pitch. Two and 1. Nimmo, 32 years old, 10th big league season. Plays good defense in left, still an above average bat.
A little bit better lately. Got off to kind of a tough start. His on-base percentage was way down for where it's been over his career. Drove in 90 runs last year, so you know they expect a lot of run production from him.
Well, they got it on April 28th, Paul. He had 9 RBIs in the game against the Nats. That tied a Met record. 9 RBIs in 1 game.
Nice.
So more than a third of his ribbies in 1 ball game. Line drive. It's a base hit past the diving Peraza. Soto held up. He's going to round third. He's coming home. Here's the throw from Bellinger. And Soto's in there with the Mets' first run. An RBI single for Nimmo. And it's 4-1 Yanks.
Yeah, I didn't think Cody Bellinger even had a shot, but this ball, if it's on the money, he's got a shot. Really good piece of hitting by Nimmo, going the other way, just out of the reach of Peraza. But right here, he comes up. I didn't think he even had a play, but you see that ball kind of tail up the line towards first base and allowed Soto, who had held up initially, to score. Walks, Coney. They usually score. What is it?
Superb defender wherever you put him. Left field, center field, first base.
Right out of my mouth, Michael. That's exactly right.
Look at the future Hall of Famer there.
Big
CC Sabathia.
Get seats like you, Michael.
No, I don't get those seats. I'm not in the Hall of Fame.
I wonder what his handicap is now.
It's getting lower. He came up to the booth last year, and I'll tell you one thing: if he wanted to be an announcer, he could do it. That voice, he's got a radio voice, but he was talking about golf the whole time in between breaks.
Here's Marte. First and second, 1 man out. Hit sharply and grabbed there by Volpe. There's one on the first. Not in time. Vientos moves to third.
Well, ball hit hard, and Volpe was able to get to it and snag it. He got a good hop. It came up on him, so he was able to, but then he kind of fumbled it, but did get the out at second. He kept it from going to the outfield where another run would have scored.
So now they have to deal with Francisco Alvarez. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. And there's a strike.
And we hear a lot of talk offensively about hitting with runners in scoring position, right? We tend to look at that. Well, for the pitcher, it's the same thing. It's left on base. Leave them out there. What's your left on base percentage? And right here with 2 outs for Rodon, huge spot.
Difference in good and great pitchers. I mean, the first time I ever noticed that was Jimmy Key. Somehow, some way, he always got out of jams without giving up big numbers. You did it well. Clemens, well, he would just blow you away. Andy Pettitte seemed to always get big outs when he needed them. There's an art to it.
Max Fried has that down. Has that skill.
Duque.
Yes.
Another guy that could really get big outs when he needed them.
Talk about make a pitch. You know, make a really good pitch to get out of it.
Vientos at third, Marte is at first. 1 run in for the Mets. Yankees lead 4-1. Two and two. Place is jam-packed here on a Friday night. Yankees and the Mets. This is the 29th season of the Subway Series, and it doesn't seem like it's losing its luster. And this year there's a little bit more because they're both good teams, both in first place. A lot of juice. 2-2. 3-2. So Marte will go from first, 3-2 outs. Staying put at third is Vientos. Peraza deep at third for the righty swinging Alvarez. And there's a walk. So that loads the bases for Acuna.
Well, all of a sudden you see both pitchers kind of going away from where they were mowing lineups down, and it was a slider here, and then all of a sudden you can't pinpoint that fastball. He got bases loaded with an opportunity to get a huge out here.
He kind of pitched around Alvarez there a bit.
And a strike to Acuna. Acuna was the National League Rookie of the Month at 288 through April, but he has cooled off since. Did he go? Yes, he did. And the count 0-2.
Well, it's been off speed. Coney, you waste a pitch here, or you just go right after.
Don't waste it. Killer mode. Snap one off.
This will be his 75th pitch of the game. 2 outs into the fourth. Dribbled slowly, third base, but it kicks foul. Grabbed there by Peraza.
See Rodon's pitch count jumping up here in the fourth. Number 76 about to be delivered.
Dirty pitch inning here.
Very wise manager used to say that's not what you want. But you get him out here, you'll be okay. But that's why you got the bully going with Mark Leiter up.
Lays off the fastball high, 1-2. Now 2-2.
Good job by Wells once again. All the talk about catchers down on one knee, not being able to block as well. Well, those pitches in front, you're already down there. So those are easier to smother. Maybe the ones really wide that I used to throw those sliders to the other batter's box. Nobody's getting that.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Fly ball right field. Judge. 3 outs. So he pitches out of further trouble. Mets do get a run, and they get their first 2 hits, but the Yankees lead 4-1. Well, fans, the Gotham Sports app is your new home for streaming live Yankees games and so much more, and it's free with an eligible TV provider subscription. Download the Gotham Sports app now or visit GothamSports.com to get streaming. That was a big out for Rodon to get, obviously, David.
Yes, it was. I mean, he was laboring that inning. Could have been a lot worse. Minimize the damage and retain that 3-run lead.
Cadillac scoreboard, we go to the bottom of the 4th. It's 4-1 Yankees. Top of the order, Trent Grisham against Max Kranick, who came on in relief of McGill to get the final out of the 3rd. I want to take this time to send out good wishes to Mark Small from Levittown, New York. Huge Yankee fan. He's going through some medical challenges right now. But no matter how many medical challenges he has, every single game he's camped in front of the TV watching his Yankees. So all of us here at Yes send our best and get better soon, and hope you're enjoying the game.
Well, that reminds me, too. I got a birthday wish, too, Michael. I'll sneak it in right on piggyback on top of you.
Okay.
Patricia Levy, Patty Levy, 91 years old today.
91.
Rounded to first. 1 away. Now I'll bring up Judge, and we'll take a look at the exit velocity on all of his home runs this year presented by Spectrum. So there's 15 of them. The average exit velocity is 108.0. He hits the ball hard.
His last one, he's just starting to tick up a notch, Michael. It was 118, and that was the hardest one he's hit all year.
Judge walked in the 3rd, came around to score. There's a hard line drive and base hit. I'm sure that'll register on the exit velocity gun. A single for Judge.
Yeah, single, that's about 112 right there. Just a rocket. Infielders don't even move.
Spankage.
Again, you can just watch his at-bats, and his body and positioning is in pretty much the same spot every time. That's why his consistency is so good. There's a lot of home runs between them over at first base. I think it's since 2019. Those are the 2 most home runs by any 2 players in the game.
It's a great observation on Judge. In golfing, they call it retaining your spine angle, the posture control that he has. So disciplined.
That one is lying down the right field line. It is a base hit. That'll go into the corner. Playing the Karen is Soto. Judge rounds 3rd. He'll stop right there. Another base hit for Bellinger. He's 3 for 3. This one's a double. And the Yankees have 2nd and 3rd with 1 man out.
Boy, Cody Bellinger is really starting to turn it on. This is a breaking ball that just hangs up there. And by not lunging, you can see it. You give it time to travel and just hammer it down the right field line. And you see when you do things correctly, you don't hit that ball foul. You keep it fair. The bat gets through it without coming around it. Another great at bat.
The difference between hot and cold right there.
And that's bring the infield in for Goldschmidt. 2nd and 3rd, 1 man out. Yankees lead 4-1. Fouled away.
Goldschmidt really looks like he was trying to go the other way with that pitch.
First 3-hit game since the game against the Brewers on March 29th. Grounded and through for a base hit. Past the diving Vientos. Judge scores. Bellinger advances to third. It's an RBI single for Goldschmidt, and the Yankees lead 5-1.
The more you watch Goldschmidt hit, the more you're impressed because his bat speed is still there. I mean, this was a ball up out of the strike zone. After he looked like he was going the other way, all of a sudden he just turns on one and just hammers it to the left side, gets it through. Kind of pulls his hands in. I mean, as a hitter, you read that you're kind of beat or you need to get the barrel to it. You just pull your hands in as you're swinging.
2 ribbies in the game for Goldschmidt. First and third, infield backs up, playing for the double play. Here's Dominguez. He walked in that Yankees 4-run third inning. Foul back to the screen. Stays alive with that hop. Dominguez struck out in the first, walked in the third. Chop to second. They get one. On to first in time. Bellinger scores. It's an RBI fielder's choice for Dominguez. And the Yankees are now up 6-1.
Yeah, this ball was hit pretty hard. Dominguez just runs. I mean, he is fast. Getting out of the box, getting down the line. No chance to turn 2.
He's been clocked at 30 feet per second, which is elite in terms of base running speed down the line. Anywhere 28 and above is considered top 10%.
Volpe grounds one to Vientos. Backhand sets and fires. And that'll do it. But the Yankees add 2 runs on 3 hits. They lead 1. Prevision made for your brain. 228 hitter, 648 hits, 88 home runs. Played for the Yankees in 94-95. The Mets from 86 to 92. So he's on that championship Met team. I think I might know this. No, I don't know it. I was wrong.
What'd you say, Michael? You were wrong.
I need a screenshot so I can stare at that a little longer.
I was right the second time.
You fired 2 guesses out. I haven't even processed it yet.
I got to get a screenshot of that. Hold on. Hold that right there. Let me get my camera. All right. I got it. Okay.
Great defender. Let's put it that way. 2-0 on Taylor. That was a strike. Taylor grounded to short. That was in the third. In the seats, 2-2.
Screenshots, everything. I can just stare at this thing
this
now.
is good. That really jarred the memory a little bit. And the clue helped a lot.
Popped up, shallow right. Oh, what a play by Goldschmidt. He took a base hit away from Taylor, showing great range and staying in bounds for the first down.
Wow, Paul Goldschmidt has shown everything. Really bounced back this year offensively. He's always been a defensive player. Look at Aaron Judge's reaction here. You think he doesn't know how hard a play that is? I mean, that is just full all-out reach. You're not used to catching the ball over your shoulder like that. It's much harder than it looks in slow motion, believe me.
He's got no business catching that ball. that had double written all over it.
He's not acting his age.
That one made Eli Manning blush right there.
He's going to have he's going to know he played a game tomorrow morning when he wakes up. He's had that infield hit, then he hustled to second on that, scored, then he made that play.
First base, Goldschmidt to Rodon, who beats Lindor to the bag. 2-away.
Beats him barely by a half step. Bingo, bango.
Guess who's hitting, Michael?
Well, this is the weekend soundtrack of Juan Soto's 3 games here in the Bronx. Crowd has booed him every single time he's come up to the plate when he took right field. He's walked twice. And struck. He scored the Mets' only run on an Nimmo RBI single.
Coney, you've been through this when you've moved on to other teams and you pitch against teammates, and these aren't kind of looks that you get, you know, when you don't know somebody, and it's got to be kind of awkward, right?
Very awkward. I was pitching for the Mets when Darryl Strawberry and Gary Carter came back as members of the Dodgers, and they went back-to-back homers off me at Shea Stadium. That was even more awkward.
And the pitch. Still 2-2. You always tell that story about when you faced Jeter for the first time with the Red Sox, right?
Yeah, Jeter wouldn't get in the box until I looked at him. He gave me like that funny Jeter face look and completely disarmed me. I had the game face on. I was ready to... And he just, come on, don't do that.
Boomer was like that. I remember when David Wells came back to pitch against us, and I looked at him, and Boomer was the opposite. He'd look at you and laugh. You know, it's just the way it was.
Juan Soto is confident and as loose as they come.
3-2. Foul ball. He certainly has been smiling a lot, maybe to show the fans this is not really affecting me. You're not getting me down.
Yes, that's a great read, Michael. Well, defense mechanism kicking in, but that's always been his personality.
And he walks for the 3rd time against Rodon.
Hey,
there's the newest Yankee. He's back.
Wow.
There he is.
Well, I hope he's back the way he was, because he was something before.
And guys, I actually spoke to him in the clubhouse today, and he said he is feeling great. He had a couple appearances in the minors for his rehab assignment, and there was some thought that maybe they would have him throw back-to-backs before bringing him back up here, but ultimately they decided he'd be more valuable out of the Yankees' pen than anything else. Now, Aaron Boone said he's going to try to ease him into it. You won't see him throw back-to-backs for multiple days in a row to start, but Aaron Boone also said, I would not hesitate to put him in any type of situation, whether it be high leverage or middle of game, like you see him warming for this one.
And the Yankee move was to designate for assignment the left-hander, Meredith, right?
Tyler Matzik was designated for assignment. A tough call by the Yankees, but they believe Jonathan Loaisiga is going to play a big role in this bullpen. And guys, as we know, if he is healthy, he can be certainly a threat out there on the mound.
Well, this could be the last batter that Rodon faces. He's at 94 pitches right now, so Alonso with a runner on first and 2 outs, and Loaiziga heating up in the bullpen.
You know, Aaron Boone trying to give Rodon a chance to get through 5 here. But you were right, Michael. It's the leash is short.
Still got velocity. He threw 96 on his 96th pitch.
Well, when you're at the end of your leash, you want all those close pitches, huh?
The 2-1 changeup right there. He knows Pete Alonso can make this score 6-3 in a hurry. But nonetheless, you got to go get him.
Now the count full. 2 outs. That'll release Soto at first.
One of those spots, Paul, you know, you challenge him, you throw fastball, break him, you throw a strike. You got to get whatever you're throwing in the zone, in that little box.
They'll do it again.
Well, that was a foul, a pitch off the plate away that Alonso was able to spoil. Sometimes you get towards that finish line, it's that last out's got to be the hardest one, huh?
Certainly is. Looking for one more good pitch.
That was his fastest pitch of the night.
Yes. In a good spot. That's Pete Alonso spoils it.
Swing and a miss. Got him on the slider. So Rodon gives the Yankees 5 innings. He gives up 1 run. The Yankees are leading this one 6-1. We are halfway through in the Bronx. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Delta, the official airline of the New York Yankees. Delta, keep climbing. So big strikeout of Alonso for Rodon. That probably finishes Rodon's night. Yankees lead 6-1 on the Audi scoreboard. Austin Wells against Max Kranick. First pitch is popped up left field. Nimmo. 1 out. Rodon gets some handshakes, which certainly makes it official. That will do it for him. 5 innings of 1-run work. Here's Oswald Peraza. 0-1. Worked the walk with the bases loaded, picked up a ribby in the 3rd. That's his 8th ribby of the year, playing in limited time. And he goes down on strikes.
Well, Kranick saw that away. He took those first couple breaking balls and just stayed with it. And again, it's kind of an in-between swing.
Here is Yorbi Bibas. And a strike. Bibas is 1 for 2, singled and scored a run. Yankees 6 runs on 7 hits. The Mets 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 big error. Off the glove of Kranick, he recovers and flips to Alonso, and he works a 1-2-3 inning here in the 5th. All right, we're going to the 6th inning. Yankees are up.
Hey everybody, Bob Lorenz with your Audi update. Braves and Red Sox at Fenway tonight. Top of the 2nd, Matt Olson off Garrett Crochet takes him over the monster and left for a 1-0 lead, his 8th homer of the year. And then Sean Murphy backs it up with his 8th of the year. Braves lead at 2-1. If they win tonight, they'll be over 500 for the first time this season, guys.
Well, thank you, Bob. Speaking of the Braves, you'll see around the majors as a Yankee theme. Alex Verdugo started off hot with the Braves over the first 14, but in the last 10 games, 132. Jose Trevino hot in his last 16. Tommy Kahnle, 1.08 and 5 saves with the Tigers, signing with them as a free agent during the offseason.
Was that around the majors or around the ex-Yankees?
You know what? It's a little bit of both.
All right.
6 rehab games for Loaizaga, 1.23 ERA. First appearance since April 3rd of 2024. Paul, you mentioned this earlier. If he's anything close to what he was, what an addition to the bullpen.
I mean, there were times where I thought that he had as good stuff as anybody in the bullpen in the American League. He was at 102 at times with a sinking fastball.
Grounded to third, Peraza.
And Courtney, with the addition of Loaizaga, and you mentioned it a few times, you really don't have a lot of power arms out of the bullpen. Weaver throws well, but a lot of guys are off speed and changeup. Loaizaga has hard stuff to blow people away with.
Yeah, mid to upper 90s, which is a welcome sight for the core of the Yankees pen, yes, and some high velocity guys would be also a welcome sight.
Fouled away by Nimmo. Nimmo's driven in the only run for the Mets. Yankees lead this one 6-1. We're in the 6th inning. First game of this weekend Subway Series.
It was Jonathan Loaizaga who Alex Bregman identified as the toughest pitcher that he had to face because of that upper 90 sinker in on his fist.
Hit shortly and past the diving Goldschmidt and off the sidewall in right field. Nimmo will go for 2. Judge comes up throwing, and he will make it with a double.
Well, another good at bat. A change up here. He kind of turns it over, but you don't get enough movement at the end. And it looked like it went off the bat a little bit. Look, Goldschmidt, I think he kind of hesitated. He was in the middle of his dive, and the ball wasn't quite there yet. That's all when it comes off the end of the bat as a fielder. You read it as a swing, and, you react, and then the ball's not quite there yet.
Here's Starling Marte. 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that's the sinker right there to right. He's, you know what? You swing and act like it wasn't nasty, but you can't hit it.
That was disgusting.
Grounded. Peraza. 2 down. Nimmo stays put at second.
Boy, Peraza makes things look so easy there at third base. I mean, when you're playing third base, it's all reaction, but his hands are always low. He's never jabbing at the ball, which makes, it sound like you have soft hands. It's just being able to go with the ball instead of kind of jabbing at it. And he makes it look easy.
Well, it's the Subway Series, and what a great chest protector. You can see his name is in the font that they use on the Subway. He's got the Subway lines there on the right side of his and the left side of your screen. Popped up. Goldschmidt runs out of room. I remember growing up, you watched Thurman Muncie, he'd have that yellow chest, orange chest protector. Now they get very, very creative.
Hey, Thurman had one he wore all year, too.
Yeah.
Middle of August, that thing was 20 pounds, probably.
You remember the old stadium. I mean, that chest protector was still hanging in the locker.
Yep.
I remember going over there one day on a travel day back when we used to wear ties, you know, and was over there tying a tie in the mirror of Thurman, and Gino came out and get out of there. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, man. Went back to my locker and then looked in the mirror.
It's a sacred place.
Yep.
On Alvarez. Alvarez 0 for 1 with a walk. First appearance by Jonathan Loizaga, who came off the IL off his rehab assignment tonight. Thrown right into the cauldron. Left center field, cutting over Bellinger, but instead Grisham will make the play for the final out. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. It's time for tonight's injury report, brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Giancarlo Stanton continues to hit off the traject machine, taking live BP, running the bases. A rehab assignment could be coming about soon. Be very interesting to add him to this lineup. Tennis elbows, had some leg issues as well, so it's all coming together where they can send him out. And, you know, because of the traject machine, he doesn't need that much time in a rehab.
Right. They have ruled him out as playing defensively, though, anytime. Is that what I read?
Yes, pretty much. Pretty much. He's not working out in the outfield at all. They're just trying to get him ready, hitting and running. Now, Meredith, how about Jazz Chisholm? What's the timetable on him?
Well, Michael, I was a little surprised to see pregame today. He was out taking some grounders in the infield. When I spoke to him in the clubhouse, he said he's feeling good. He thinks he's only about a week and a half away. I asked him whether or not he'd need another MRI just to make sure the oblique has healed enough, and he said he has not heard anything about that. But when I asked Aaron Boone, he said maybe Jazz was being a little optimistic with that time frame. With the severity of those injuries, you imagine they're going to give him some extra time, even though Jazz feels good and never really felt like he was in that much pain. There is probably still a little something in there. So Aaron Boone said, that's what I love about Jazz Chisholm Jr. He is always ready to go and he wants to be in there, but perhaps not quite yet, guys.
Well, that certainly rounds out the lineup if you get that lefty bat in there, and there he is taking some of those ground balls. With the earbuds in, too. That's important.
Oh, I think the glove started it all. He had pink, green, blue. He had it all working there.
Great necklace, too.
Meredith, you noticed the necklace?
I mean,
a little bling there for a sparkle in your eye.
How could you not notice it, Paulie? Michael, you should get one of those.
The necklace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull that off.
You could rock that, sure.
Love it. Maybe a little something like that?
I see Michael's more of a nose ring kind of guy.
Yeah. Double piercings, nose, ears.
Yeah, the big loop, not just the diamond stud. Sure.
Show me that tattoo you just got, too.
3-2. Jose Butto. Third pitcher used by the Mets. Yankee captain is on deck. Center field. Taylor is there. Make the play. I've got some bad news for you, Paul.
Bad?
Yeah, well, Judge's single, his last time up, tied him with Brett Gardner for 20th in the franchise total bases list, 2,284. Next up, just 29 away,
what?
Paul O'Neill with 2,313.
That's not bad news, because Aaron Judge is going to pass everybody. Don't worry.
Swings at the slider. Judge 1 for 2 with a walk and has a couple of runs scored. So 1 for 2. His average goes up 1 point. He's at 413. That's the tough part about hitting 400. If you go 1 for 3, what a great night. Your average drops. So somebody asked me this today. What's your take? What would be more impressive? Judge hits 400 or wins the Triple Crown?
Well, the Triple Crown is few and far between, but hitting 400 this day and age, the way the pitching's set up, I don't see how it can be done, to tell you the truth.
I'll put it this way. The average major league batting average in the American League this year, 242.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time since somebody hit 400. Miguel Cabrera just won the Triple Crown.
You have to consider the environment that he's playing in now.
The 2-2.
Ted Williams got to face the starting pitcher 4 times on average. Yep. Not Aaron Judge. He's facing all this parade of relievers still in 95 plus. In an era where it's really hard to hit. Just no two ways about it. Major league hit batting has never been more difficult because of all these relievers, the pitch design, the velocity. Well, there's a lot of reasons why it's so difficult to hit nowadays.
The 2-2. 3-2 on Judge. Bottom of the 6th inning, Yankees up 6-1. Still 3-2. Ball to third, Vientos. 2 down. Well, tomorrow, after Subway Series coverage on Yes, don't miss the latest episode of The Story of My Number, presented by the New York Lottery, as host Gracie Cashman sits down with Anthony Volpe. Plus, catch an all-new episode with Doc Gooden Wednesday at 6:30 on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. New episodes drop every Wednesday. Other upcoming guests include Paul O'Neill, David Cohn, and Dylan Patansis, and others. Bellinger 3 for 3. Now he's 3 for 4 as he lines out to Acuna. We played 6 in the Bronx. It's 6-1 Yankees. Well, it's time to name that Yankee. Here are the clues again. So not much of a hitter, but he hung around a long time because he was a great fielder. And the answer is...
Kevin Elster.
Kevin Elster. Boy, could he pick it.
Very smooth at shortstop.
He popped out in the 10th. And then pops one out in the 11th. Was showing hitting when he was a great fielder. There we go.
Right.
There we go.
You were just teasing him, Mike.
Yeah, he could play shortstop. 13 big league seasons, won a championship with the Mets. He was 0 for 1 in Game 6 against the Red Sox. He played just 17 games with the Yankees between 94 and 95. Ford scoreboard as we go to the 7th inning. Mark Leiter Jr. takes over for the Yankees in front of a sold-out Yankee Stadium. It'll be Acuna, Taylor, and Lindor, 8, 9, and 1 in the Mets order here in the 7th. curveball misses, 1-1. 3 straight scoreless appearances for Leiter. You see the numbers, 25 strikeouts and 16 in the 3rd innings.
Yeah, just because the Yankees don't have a lot of high-velocity relievers doesn't mean they don't have strikeout guys. They have guys that can miss bats. I think that was a triple negative, Michael. That wasn't even close to proper English. How many negatives do I have? Double negatives bad. I think that was a triple negative.
Cody, you and I were working on our baseball skills during English class.
Never mind.
Cody called himself out there. You liked it.
Love it. You have to do it before somebody does it for you. Foul territory, hits the screen. Goldschmidt's just showing off right now. He tried to get to that one, too. So we mentioned this is the 29th edition of the Subway Series. There have been 10 Yankee wins in the series, 13 splits, and 5 Met wins. And since the Subway Series began, the Yankees have an 84-67 advantage over the Mets. Well, the most important Subway Series was the World Series, where the Yankees won that one in 5 games. But those games were pretty close. It wasn't like a 5-game walkover.
No, and you know, we stole game 1. There's no doubt about it. They had that game, and that changes the whole series. During that run, when you look at it, we stole a couple game 1s from San Diego also in '98. And it just changes the whole momentum of those short series. You just, as a team, you can't turn it back around.
Now, we talked about it on the pregame show. The big part of game 1 was your walk against Benitez, and you didn't like your chances coming up.
Wow. If he only knew what was going through my mind. Emergency. I was fouling balls over the other dugout, everything else.
Grounded up the middle, Volpe.
Coney was over in our dugout looking at me like, are you kidding me with his hack?
Take a look at the Indeed player resume, the Yankee bullpen. Last 4 games, 16 innings pitched, just 2 earned runs, 20 strikeouts, opponents hitting 151 against them. One of the things I always remember about that series is the last out, where Mariano got Piazza to drive the ball.
Yeah.
And you could see Bernie, his body sag, Mariano's body sag. You thought it was out.
Me, I put my head down. I knew it was out. I mean, it's just Piazza, when he got a good swing off and he hit it, it was usually, you know, it's kind of like Judge. You just don't even chase it.
Taylor rips one to left field, and that is a fair ball. Goes into the corner. Bellinger will flip it in to Anthony Volpe, so a 1-out double for Taylor.
Again, we lose it going down there, but it just stays fair.
That brings up Lindor. Lindor's played the Yankees a lot. Remember, he was with Cleveland, 50 games, .321 average against the Yankees. Now, coming into today, he had 52 hits. And that's tied with 5 others for the most hits in the National League. Fernando Cruz warming up for the Yanks.
Speaking of a strikeout guy, huh?
Yes.
Michael, you talk about, you know, what this Subway Series has become, the interleague, and then obviously the World Series. But, you know, I remember, I think might have been the first game I ever played in Yankee Stadium was the old Mayor's Trophy. We used to play the Mets right before opening day, and then I think that went back to, what, like 1967 or something like that, even earlier.
That was a big deal. It was a big deal, and it was so, you know, the Yankees and the Mets play every year now. And games that actually count in the standings, but that was a big deal for, you'd get sellout crowds for an exhibition game. That was your bragging rights for the year. Swing and a miss. Put out at first base. So Lindor is 0 for 4. He goes down on strikes. And that's the 6th strikeout for Yankee pitching. Brought to you by Audi and the 2025 Audi Q6. Visit your local Tri-State Audi dealer today. Chorus of boos greeting Soto again in his return to Yankee Stadium. He's walked 3 times tonight. So a lot of people actually, were wondering, gee, I wonder if, he'll get cheered first time up. And I said he's not going to get cheered. I mean, just how Yankee fans, the mind works, in their mind, he left them. But I wonder, you think these boos will go on for the 15 years that he's with the Mets?
I'm sure there'll be some people. Yeah, absolutely. I know one thing. They'll go on all weekend.
Yes.
For sure.
Look, there are Met fans here too as well. And that was the whole dynamic of the Subway Series here that was remarkable from day one in 1997. How many Mets fans were at Yankee Stadium and vice versa?
And when I drove in today after 18 hours in traffic, the people who were lined up to get in the ballpark, and I saw a lot of Mets Soto jerseys. So yeah, they're represented here.
He tipped his cap after he was booed loudly when he first came up. As if I hear you. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at second. Yankees lead by 5, 6-1. Off second. Soto at the plate. 3 walks so far tonight. Grounded to Volpe. He'll get Soto, and that'll do it in the 7th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. Soto has struggled this year with runners in scoring position, now 5 for 36. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Yankees lead the Mets by a score of 6-1, but will stay right here as they honor America in the Bronx.
And remove your caps, and please direct your attention to the area behind home plate as the New York Yankees welcome an honored military guest. United States Air Force Senior Airman Michael Turkowski from Tulsa, New York, who served in Operation Enduring Freedom. The Yankees say thank you, Michael, for your sacrifice and service to our nation. And now, please join us in singing along with Robert Merrill's rendition of God Bless America.
For your
your Ford Studio Update. Bob and Flash with you. You start a series, you always want to set a good tone. The Yankees have done that against the Mets.
Yeah, the storyline coming in was all about Juan Soto, but the story of the game has turned out to be the Yankee lineup, specifically Bellinger and Goldschmidt having big games. Carlos Rodon just hung in there for 5 innings, and it's great to see Jonathan Loaisiga make his return. He looked great in pinstripes.
We are going to break all of that down coming up when Jack Curry joins us on the post game. We'll see you then, guys.
All right, let's take a look where we are right now, Bob and John. 6-7-0 for the Yanks, 1-4-1 for the Yanks. McGill lasted 2 2/3. Juan Soto is 0 for 1, but he has 3 walks, scored the Mets' only run. Rodon gave the Yankees 5. Paul Goldschmidt 2 for 3 and 2 ribbies with a run scored. And here he is leading off. Buto's still in for the Mets. Goldschmidt, Dominguez, and Volpe. Now, the Yankees do have sometimes a little issues when a team will bring lefties out of the bullpen because the right-handed hitters on the bench, ground ball to Lindor, are not as scary as some of the left-handers they might pinch hit for. But the Mets only have 1 left-hander in the bullpen. They've had injuries to their left-handed relievers, so it's Genesis Cabrera, and that's it. So we might not see him that much this weekend. And here's one guy that you turn around to the right side when you bring in a lefty, but he'll stay batting left-handed. 0 for 2, an RBI and a walk. Although Dominguez did pick up his first big league right-handed home run on the West Coast swing. That was in Sacramento. There's a Met bullpen, all righties except for Cabrera. 2-0. Bottom of the 7th inning, 6-7-0 for the Yanks, 1-4-1 for the Mets. Support America's military and first responder heroes. Donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation at T2T.org. So 3-0 on Dominguez. Do they green light him? Well, he's taking 3-1. Double-barreled action for the Yankees. Yerry De Los Santos and Devin Williams. And another walk for Dominguez, his second of the game. Take a look at the Audi electric moment. Experience a fully electric Audi vehicle at your local Tri-State Audi dealer today.
Still makes me scared.
So from where you were, you thought that was out?
I did. I mean, you look at his swing, and you've seen it happen so many times. But once it's caught, then you get to celebrate a little bit.
And there's a strike to Anthony Volpe.
Just not quite enough launch angle on it. A little too much of a line drive. And those winds at Shea Stadium, too, could swirl quite a bit.
Snap throw to first, and just getting back is Dominguez ahead of the tag by Alonso.
Well, I think this was close. He got hanging out there, kind of leaning the other way, but was able to get back. So let that hand get it to the outside part of the bag, which is smart. It's a longer tag for the first baseman.
Now, we had an hour-long pregame on yesterday before the Subway Series game, and we talked about that 2000 World Series, and we just talked about Piazza making the last out. He also made the last out of the 5th inning in one of the games that David Cohn came in, and Denny Nagel was relieved by Joe Torre, and you came in to face Piazza. What did that mean to you to be in that series? Runner goes, no throw.
Well, it meant everything, to be able to be a part of that after playing for the Mets for 6 years. And then, at the end of the year 2000, I really fell on my face. I wasn't sure I was even going to be on the roster. So just to get that one out, that was my last appearance as a Yankee. And Joe Torre gave me that. That was a gift.
Volpe down on strikes. Joe has told me that after making that move, he still, to this day, 25 years later, has never received a Christmas card from Denny Nagle.
That was it. And Cody, you got him out with a fastball where you thought you were going to have to spin it. Huh?
Yeah, that year I had struggled, with, not having Joe Girardi, my catcher there. And I was trying to work with Jorge Posada. And in that game, I told Jorge, whatever you call, I'll throw. He called a fastball in on Piazza. I said, okay.
You sure? Worked, right?
It worked.
The 1-0. 1-1.
I didn't realize that. That was the last time you took the mound in the Yankee uniform, huh?
That was it. I was scheduled to go back out for the next inning, but my at-bat came up, and I got pinch hit for with Jose Canseco. It's a good trivia question.
Yeah.
Jose Canseco played for the Yankees and got an at-bat in that World Series.
I remember that George picked him up because he didn't want ball. He kind of blocked the thing Boston.
Yes.
And
waiver wire.
Yeah. I didn't even realize he was on the playoff rush because he didn't play a lot.
And here it is on the memory machine. There's David.
1-2 delivery. Fastball.
It's kind of in.
I was going to say it was moving in, Cody.
Did he just miss that?
No, you had. He got right in on his hand.
That was a pop-up. He kind of just missed that.
Center field off the bat of Wells. Taylor is there to make the play. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. We're going to the end. Well, let's check out the T-Mobile coverage cam. Of course, we had the cam on Juan Soto today, returning to the Bronx in another uniform, and he heard it from the crowd for sure. Tried to diffuse some of it by tipping his cap. Took right field. Saw some pretty nasty signs. The bleacher creatures turned their backs on him. So he has walked 3 times and grounded out softly with a runner at second base. That's been his day returning to the Bronx so far. On the Hyundai scoreboard, Yankees lead the Mets by a score of 6-1. New Yankee pitcher is Devin Williams. 6 of his last 7 appearances, he is not allowed an earned run. And he'll face Alonso. And this is something that a lot of Met fans remember. The last time they faced was Devin Williams gave up that home run to Pete Alonso in the playoff series that kept the Mets alive, and they eventually went to the National League Championship Series. That was the last big pitch that Devin Williams threw for the Milwaukee Brewers. Kept throwing changeup after changeup, and finally Alonso hit one to right field just over the wall. And that started Alonso off on a great postseason run. And then the Milwaukee Brewers eventually traded Devin to the Yankees. Was he throwing the change up here? Yep, he did.
After 2 fastballs this time.
That's what I just noticed. After 2 fastballs, Alonso is still on that changeup. So he must be just sitting dead changeup.
Fastball. He was sitting changeup. He took a fastball right over the plate.
I don't care how good your changeup is, and Devin Williams is the best in the game. It's more like a screwball. But you have to retain a little bit of mystery, and this is how you do it. You protect that changeup by, you know what, I'm going to dot this fastball, and if you're sitting on me, if you're cheating, I'm going to get you. And he does.
There's Mark Vientos. I remember I used to bug you with this question when a guy would throw a changeup, and that was his big pitch. I said, why wouldn't you sit on it? He said, because you get embarrassed if you sit on a changeup and you get a fastball.
You get a fastball right there. You don't. Not too many people get to the major leagues because they're changeup hitters. They're a breaker. You got to be able to hit the fastball first. But that's where you get your eyes open. You come to the major leagues and they can throw breaking balls, change up for strikes in any count. Then you kind of learn to adjust to stuff. But nobody gets to the major leagues that can't catch up to a good fastball.
The best weapon a pitcher has is mystery. Without it, we'll just tell you what's coming. That was the Houston thing was all about, right? The banging of the trash can. Because hitters want to know what you're going to throw. So from a pitching standpoint, retaining that mystery is huge. And for Devin Williams, it's, you know what, I can still spot a fastball on you to protect that great Scroogey changeup that I feature.
I think that was the problem early in the year, that when he did use his fastball, he wasn't able to throw it for strikes. And it's not to show the fastball, it's to be able to throw it for strikes where you can get them to swing at the changeup out of the strike zone then.
Swing and a miss on the change. 2 away.
I mean, you and I played in Fernando Valenzuela's era, and he had a screwball. That's what this is. You can call it a changeup, but look at him turn that thing over, pronate. Look how tightly that thing's wound and spinning. This is a Scroogey. I'm sorry. In my book, that's a screwball.
Yeah, it's got too much spin on it.
He's turning that thing over and spinning the heck out of it, and that thing's moving like crazy.
And most pitchers were told not to throw that because it was extremely hard on your elbow, right? Because you really had to throw against it. And I remember Tom Browning had one. John Smiley actually broke his arm throwing a screwball changeup.
Devin Williams has a gift. He can pronate. He can turn the ball over with the best of them.
1-1 on Nimmo. Nimmo has 2 of the Mets' 4 hits. And he's driven in their only run, a single and a double.
Yeah, I remember you bring up Fernando Valenzuela, facing him the first time. It was like, I've never seen this pitch before. It was like hitting a curveball from a righty. It came back into you, but it didn't get there. It was unhittable for a while.
The Fernando mania. Had 8 complete game shutouts in his first 6 weeks or so. It was like a ridiculous run that he broke in with. 2-2. Throwing strikes with his fastball is a difference, all the difference in the world for this guy. It just gives him the coverage that he needs. Now he can do whatever he wants. And that great changeup will be that much more effective.
Swing and a miss. That's an impressive 8th inning for Devin Williams. He strikes out the side. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th in the Bronx. Yankees lead the Mets by a score of 6-1. It's time for the optimum don't take slow for an answer replay. How about some pronation here?
Well, he could do it with the best of them, but when you're throwing that fastball like that, then you can turn it over. And then you throw the fastball right by him. He really featured a good fastball. He was throwing his changeup at a higher rate than ever before earlier in the season. He needs to get back to a little more even, Steven, a little more mystery, as I said before.
So here's Nunez. Mets' 4th pitcher of the night. They'll face 8-9-1 for the Yankees. And Peraza swings and misses. Early going, just 4 games. Numbers not that great. Line to right field. Soto will make the play. And here's Bruce. It up. 2 down. Yeri De Los Santos heating up. Yankees with a 5-run lead, certainly not a save situation. But they have used 3 high-leverage relievers, Loaizaga, Leiter, and Williams. Grisham takes outside 1-0. An announced crowd of 47,700 here in the Bronx to see the 29th edition of the Subway Series. Today would have been Billy Martin's 97th birthday. And back in 1957, the team took him out after they beat Kansas City 3-0 for his 29th birthday. They took him to the Copacabana. Yankee fans might know this story. Well, Sammy Davis Jr. was performing, and there was a bowling team there that started heckling Sammy Davis Jr. racial epithets, and the Yankees did not take kindly to that. And Billy Martin and Hank Bauer objected. Supposedly a huge brawl broke out, $5,500 in fines. It eventually got Martin traded to Kansas City because of that brawl. But at the time, Yogi Berra, who was there, said, nobody done nothing to nobody.
That's understandable. That's a couple negatives for you, too, there.
Well said, Yogi. So that is a famous night in Yankee history during the 50s, the Copacabana. There's a strike to Grisham.
Billy had some brawls in this day, didn't he?
Yes.
He was never one to walk away from one.
He was a good fighter, too. What a quick hand.
Good song by Barry Manilow. At the Copa.
That was about Lola.
I didn't hear about the brawl in Barry's song, though.
There was a brawl there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there was a brawl. Check out the upcoming schedule brought to you by your local Tri-State Buick dealers. 2 more against the Mets tomorrow at 1:05 will be on Yes. And then Sunday, ESPN has Sunday Night Baseball. Monday's an off day. And then the Texas Rangers come to town before the Yankees head out west again, starting with the Rockies. And the Texas Rangers, one of their hitting coaches is Brett Boone.
Yeah.
We're going to see DeGrom in that series, and he pitched a heck of a game the other night. Won 1-0. When he's healthy, there's not too many people that have ever been better. There's a base hit for Judge. Past the diving Lindor, his second hit of the night, as Grisham moves to second.
Well, another good swing, another hole in the infield. But when you hit it this hard, you don't need much of a hole to hit it through.
Extra velo matters.
Yes.
When you hit it 110 on the super shot. Wow. You know, that's how you hit 400. You got to go 2 for 4 every night.
Yeah, and every once in a while, you know, you hit 4 hard and they go at him, and then you got to go 3 for 4 the next night.
1 for 2 with a couple walks.
So he came into the game hitting .412. Now he's at .414. There's Bellinger, 3 hits tonight. Yankees have 8 hits. 5 of them from their number 2 and 3 hitters in the lineup. He's had 22 multi-hit games this season. That's the most in major leagues. And you need multi-hit games if you're going to hit 400. You just have to have them. The numbers don't work otherwise. Time called. Pitch was delivered nonetheless.
And think about Bellinger and his long, slow trek back to kind of league average numbers. Now, those are now above average league numbers. Where he was in a big hole to begin the season. He's now back to respectability and hot.
High fly ball, right field. Soto back. He's on the track. He's at the wall. He'll make the play in front of the wall for the final out. Trying to make some friends by throwing a souvenir into the crowd. No runs a hit, 2 men left. We go to the 9th inning. Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Untuckit. Find the perfect fit today at Untuckit.com or more than 80 stores worldwide. City city is all lit up, ready for a big Friday night. And they're getting it on the Yankee side as the Yankees lead this one 6-1. First game of this 3-game set, Yankees and the Mets. 4 games for Yerry Dos Santos so far, 1.29 ERA. And he'll try to get the final 3 outs. Yankee bullpen has been so good all year. So they're being asked today to get 12 outs. Rodon started, went 5 innings. Looking to pick up his 5th win of the year. First pitch to Marte is a strike. Ball gets loose out in right field. By the way, while we went to break, Soto tossed the ball into the seats at the end of the inning, and fans wanted no part of it. They threw that ball right back out on the field. You know, some might say that grudge holding is healthy.
Healthy? keeps you on your toes?
Yes.
Love hurts, right? Fell in love with the guy and then he jilted you. Works for Michael Kay. That's right out of Michael Kay's school right there.
Right out of the handbook. I wish we could really inject truth serum into Soto and see what he really felt. I think he's going to say, oh, it was fine or whatever, but I mean, were his feelings hurt today?
Well, I'm sure it was expected. I knew he wasn't going to get a standing ovation when he walked into the place. I mean, yeah, he did a lot for the organization, but you know what? The fans remember that he didn't come back.
Well, this year marks Yogi Berra's 100th birthday, and the Yankees have a special giveaway to help commemorate it. On Friday, June 6th, the first 18,000 guests are going to receive a special Yogi Berra U.S. Navy bobblehead that recognizes his military service, courtesy of State Farm. Tickets going fast, so get your tickets today at Yankees.com. Alvarez checks his swing, fouls the ball off.
A fast and reliable connection backed by a 100% U.S.-based workforce. So you get the best customer service experience possible. Spectrum.
0-2. Slider a little farther outside, the count 1-2. Well, tomorrow afternoon it's going to be Griffin Canning for the Mets against Clark Schmidt for the Yankees. And then Sunday, David Peterson against Max Fried.
Yeah, really aligned well for the Yankees. You had Rodon start off the series. You've got Schmidt tomorrow and then Fried to top off at the end. So that off day helped, really helped, so they could line things up, get the bullpen right. Speaking of off days, Michael, I mean, how about Coney just sliding us out of here Sunday? And he just slides right in.
That's right.
Can I keep my notes here, Coney? You'll take care of them?
Two-timing you.
Alvarez works a 1-out walk. Well, fans, stay tuned after the final out for tonight's WB Mason Yankees postgame as Bob Lorenz, Jack Curry, and John Flaherty will have highlights and analysis. Meredith Barakovitz gets player interviews in the clubhouse. And, of course, we'll hear from Aaron Boone on the manager's report. That's all coming up next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. We'll hear from Bellinger and Goldschmidt, experienced in their first Subway Series. Brett Beatty is going to pinch hit for Acuna.
Boy, it's really quieted down, Michael. But you know what? As we were on the field before the game, before in the booth, I mean, there was some excitement in this stadium coming into tonight's game.
So Greg Reggie Jackson said it best, right? You don't boo nobodies.
That's right.
And Juan Soto is somebody.
De Los Santos really throws strikes. Every time he comes in, you're anxious just to say, you know that he's going to throw strikes. If he gets hit, he gets hit. But there's something to be said about that.
Last 5 outs by the Mets, all strikeouts. And the Yankees are down to just 1 out away. And Jeff McNeil is going to pinch it for Tyrone Taylor. Two pretty good left-handers right there.
You wouldn't want to face them back-to-back, would you, Paul?
I don't want to face them split up either. They're both pretty good. Look, he's got the breaking ball grip. Hitting the left, he just hold the ball funny, right?
Well, that's a little one-line sinker. That's what that is right there. A little two-seam.
On the pinch hitter, McNeil. Yankees lead 6-1, trying to start the Subway Series off with a victory. A 4-run third inning is held up, and then they added 2 more in the fourth. 2-1.
Austin Wells, you can tell as a catcher when you catch that ball wrong, either patting your hand or it bangs your thumb.
Oh, Tom thumb.
Ouch.
There's a strike. The Yankees a strike away. So what is left of the sellout crowd looking for the final out. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Slice foul. Yankees have doubled up the Mets in hits, 8-4, and they lead 6-1. Now 3-2. So Alvarez will go from first. 3-2 count on the pinch hitter McNeil. And the payoff. Check swing, and it's ball 4. So 2 walks issued by De Los Santos, and that'll bring up Lindor. Hey, tomorrow afternoon, Subway Series rolls on as the Yankees and the Mets face off in Game 2 here at the stadium. Coverage begins at noon with Audi batting practice in the pregame, with first pitch set for 1:05 on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Matt Blake will talk with De Los Santos, and really what this is, no manager could ever rest easy.
No.
So they're going to talk to De Los Santos and then allow Weaver to get some throws in case it gets down to a situation where it becomes a save.
Some leapfrog jump squats to get quick, get ready quick out there, Cody. I never saw you do that.
No.
No?
That wasn't part of my my pregame ritual.
Now the way a save works is if Lindor gets on, bases loaded. And that would bring the tying run on deck. And as long as the tying run's on deck, even if Weaver comes in and gets 1 out, it's a save.
This is where you learn how to warm up and follow the game a little bit, even though you got to be ready, but at the same time, you could save some bullets here down there if De Los Santos can get on top of Lindor and get him out. But depending on how this at-bat goes, will direct him on how aggressively he's going to start throwing down there. Mariano was the best at that.
So here's Lindor, and there's a strike. On deck is Juan Soto. Lindor 0 for 4 tonight. One on one. .321 lifetime hitter against the Yanks. Alvarez at second. McNeil's at first. 2 men out here in the ninth. Once again, the Mets down to their final strike. Switch hitter batting from the left side. De Los Santos sets and deals. Still 1-2. And the pitch. Ground ball and a base hit down the left field line. Alvarez will score. McNeil will go to third. It's a double and an RBI for Lindor. Mets are still alive. Yankees lead by 4, 6-2.
You said it, Michael. It's never easy for a manager. You think you have this game under control, and the next thing you know, now you've got your closer up, and as Coney said, now he's heating up because he's coming in.
Well, of course, the baseball gods write the games like this. I mean, of course it had to be Soto coming up to the plate with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
I don't think he brings Weaver in. No, I think you let this happen. The home run here does not beat you. Well, once again, he's going to do it. I'm not sure Weaver's had enough.
He's walking very slowly to give Weaver some more throws.
Yeah, Weaver just started cranking up hard.
Jump squat his way all the way to the mound, though.
Well, a lot of managers will want to give sort of a little margin for error for your closer. So even though if Soto went deep here, it would only bring you within 1 run. Aaron Boone's not going to let it get there.
He hasn't signaled yet, but he has to take the ball from De Los Santos because it's the second trip to the mound. And that's what the home plate umpire is saying.
Yeah, exactly. That's enough. You got to make the call.
So De Los Santos departs. It's going to be the Yankee closer Weaver against the former Yankee Soto right here in the stadium. Stay tuned. And of course it has to come down to this. Luke Weaver, the Yankee closer, facing Juan Soto. Now it's not as dramatic as it could be because even if Soto hits one onto the Grand Concourse, the Yankees would still have the lead at 6-5. But it does add a little spice to this as Soto has walked 3 times. He grounded out with a runner at second base, so he struggled this year with runners in scoring position. He'll come up now against his former teammate Luke Weaver.
Well, if you bought a ticket tonight, this is kind of the situation you were looking forward to see Juan Soto in a big at bat. And if you're a Yankee fan, you hope that Weaver can put him away, and if you're a Mets fan, you hope that Soto keeps it going.
So Soto this year is 5 for 36 with runners in scoring position. Runners at second and third for the Mets. 2 outs here in the 9th inning. 1 run in. They're trailing by 4, 6-2. Jumps on the first pitch and fouls it away. Trying to jump him, expecting a fastball.
Well, he's been late on some fastballs today, which was, you're not accustomed to seeing. He's so quick, especially inside.
The 0-1. This should do it. Fly ball center field. Grisham coming on, and that will do it. And the Yankees win this one 6-2. Carlos Rodon went 5 innings. He gets the win. Soto in his return back to the Bronx 0 for 2 with 3 walks. And the Yankees start this 3-game set off with a victory.
Wow, there was definitely a different atmosphere here. Even coming into the game today, you saw it, and the Yankees, especially right there, Paul Goldschmidt, Rodon, another good job. Good win for the Yankees to start this series.
Yeah, Rodon bent, but he didn't break, right? He walked some guys, but struck out some guys, got through 5 innings. The return of Jonathan Loaizaga really is a great sight for the Yankee side. And the Yankees offense keep on keeping on.
Couple more hits for Judge, 3 hits for Bellinger as he extends his hitting streak to 11 straight. So the Yankees 4-2 on their West Coast swing. They come home for this somewhat short homestand, and they beat the Mets 6-2 in the first game. We'll be back. The Yankees beat the Mets 6-2. We take a look at the Cadillac drives of the game.
Yeah, Paul Goldschmidt, professional hitter. In an RBI situation, gets jammed, trades a bat for an RBI, and then another one comes around on the air, and then turns on this one and finds a hole. And once again, picking a pitch out and looking for it and hitting it in run-scoring positions. The player of the game.
And we'll hear from him with Meredith on the post-game show. 6-8-0 for the Yanks, 2-5-1 for the Mets. Took 2 hours and 58 minutes. Rodon gets the win. Weaver his 5th save to retire Soto. McGill is 3-4. Soto was 0 for 2. Goldschmidt was 2 for 4 with 2 ribbies and a run scored. Coming up on the Yes Network, stay tuned for the WB Mason postgame show with Bob Lorenz, Jack Curry, and John Flaherty. Special thanks to producer Troy Benjamin, director Dan Barr, Mike Webb, and the executive producer of the Yes Network is Jared Ames Boschnack. Join us again tomorrow as the Yankees continue the Subway Series against the Mets here in the Bronx. Coverage begins at 12 on Yes, with first pitch coming shortly after 1. Again, the final score, the Yankees 6, the Mets 2. For David Cohn, Paul O'Neill, and Meredith Marakovitz, I'm Michael Kay, saying see ya from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Now let's go to Bob Lorenz, Jack Curry, and John Flaherty, standing by our Yes Network studios with the post-game show. Guys?
And it is great to have you with us on the WB Mason postgame. Bob Lorenz, John Flaherty, Jack Curry with you. First game of the Subway Series is in the books, and the Yankees win it 6-2. A lot of competitive at-bats flashed on the pregame. You talked about other people than Aaron Judge coming through, players like Bellinger, Goldschmidt. They came through in a big way. Let's get your Hyundai opening comment.
Yeah, I find it interesting that on our pregame show, we were talking all about Juan Soto coming back to the Bronx and the excitement of the Subway Series. And this game turned out to be just a very professional win because of the at-bats that you were talking about, Bob, in the 3rd and 4th inning. A lot of walks in those innings, a lot of situational hitting, and Bellinger and Goldschmidt getting it done. And then you combine that with Rodon, who wasn't great tonight, but a nice job by the bullpen cleaning it up. And love to see Loaizaga back as a New York Yankee.
A workmanlike win is what I would describe this as. And Soto got so much attention and deserved all that attention, and the fans booed him tonight. But he really only had one opportunity to impact this game. He walked 3 times, and that was his final at-bat of the game, and the Yankees retired him to end this game. But the 2, 3, 4 hitters for the Yankees in Judge, Bellinger, and Goldschmidt reached base 8 times, scored 5 runs, drove in 2 runs. So it's the guy who was Soto's tag team partner last year, and it's the other 2 guys who the Yankees picked up to try and make sure that they could make up for the offense Soto gave them.
They were a very good tag team tonight. Bellinger and Goldschmidt are optimum players of the game. As we start in the bottom of the first, a runner on first and 1 out for Cody Bellinger. His first at bat off Taylor McGill, and fastball into right center field for a single. And then flash bottom of the 3rd. Bellinger's going to come up again. It's going to show up with a line drive in the box.
Yeah, there were a bunch of these hits in this game. Off the end of the bat, he's got good wheels down the line. He's going to take it for another infield single.
That loads the bases for Goldschmidt.
Yeah, put the ball in play. It's a sinker in on his hands. It busts his bat, but he hits it up the middle. Lindor throws to first, and when he does, and Alonso can't handle it, a 2nd run is going to score. So 1 RBI, 1 earned run. It's 2-0 Yankees.
Heads up by Goldschmidt to leg it out to second base. And then bottom of the 4th, Bellinger back up at a 4-1 game. Runner on first, 1 out, rips a curveball down the right field line. Judge is going to race around from first to third. Bellinger has a double. And, Jack, that sets the table once again for Goldschmidt.
Yeah, Goldschmidt comes up one more time. He's got a couple of runners in scoring position, wraps this one into left field for an RBI single. He had a fastball that time. It's 5-1 Yankees.
And there was a moment in this game where Goldschmidt showed his value defensively, and that came in the top of the fifth.
Yeah, Tyrone Taylor gets jammed. You see Goldschmidt just turns around and runs to a spot and makes an unbelievable play. Aaron Judge appreciates it. Carlos Rodon appreciates it. We've seen his glove work in the infield defensively, but making a nice running over-the-shoulder catch.
So Goldschmidt and Bellinger having a big impact in this game, or so far. Bellinger with a couple of hits today, an 11-game hit streak now, for which he's batting .340 with 5 extra base hits and 9 runs. And Goldschmidt's average is at .349, 58 hits. Those are both top 2 in the majors this season. Goldschmidt knocking in a couple runs right after the game. Meredith Marakovich talked to him on the field.
Paul, you knocked McGill out in the third. What did you guys figure out in that inning that allowed you to have success at the plate?
Well, when I got up there, got pretty lucky. He broke my bat and was able to find a hole, but just some really good at-bats. I feel like we were having good at-bats against him the whole day. He made some pitches on us early and just stuck with it. We had some walks there, some hits, and just, really quality at-bats.
Talking about good at-bats, Cody Bellinger 3 for 4 tonight. What could a consistent Cody Bellinger at the plate mean for this Yankees offense?
Yeah, we need everyone, but especially Cody. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark. He almost had another homer his last at-bat and can walk, get on base, big hits. So he's a great player and a great game by him.
Showcase your defense a little bit today. How in the world did you make that over-the-shoulder catch there in that 5th inning?
I was just running as fast as I can. That was pretty fun, and just like, man, as soon as it was hit, I was like, I could have a chance to make a great play, and didn't want to drop in there. I was just thankful to be able to get there.
What did the guys say to you after that one?
Man, they were laughing. They said nice play, and it's pretty cool to be part of.
Carlos Rodon gave you 5 solid innings this evening. What did you think of his slider in particular tonight?
Yeah, he was getting ahead, but that thing, it looks like it's fastball. I faced him enough and did a good job locating it, making it look like it's fastball, then breaking out of the zone, and it's a great job by him.
Oh, congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
Send it back to you.
Meredith, thank you. That leads us to a big bottom of the third. It's our turning point of the game, brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. And it began with Yorvit Vivas at the bottom of the order, leading off the inning against McGill. He rips a single to right. That's going to flip the lineup over. Grisham would make an out, but then up comes Aaron Judge and flash. We talked about Judge on the pregame. If he takes his walk, he hands it off to the next guy.
3-1 slider out of the strike zone. Doesn't even think about swinging. That's a walk on 5 pitches to extend the inning.
So it's 2 on, 1 out. Then Bellinger, that little tapper to the left side. Vientos will field, but good hustle by Bellinger to load the bases. It's an infield single, and that's where Goldschmidt comes in.
Yeah, Goldschmidt, when he has runners in scoring position, really lets the ball travel and get deep, especially with 2 strikes. He breaks his bat, but he's going to get rewarded with an infield base hit. The throw is low. It gets away from Alonso. Goldschmidt continues on to second as Judge scores, so that's going to be ruled an infield base hit, an error, and just another RBI for Paul Goldschmidt.
Next guy up is Jason Dominguez. And Jack, here's another Yankees who's having good at-bats lately.
Yeah, we've seen throughout his career, his young career, he has a good eye. He takes the walk right there to reload the bases, and then Volpe is going to take this 3-1 pitch to right field. And Soto was camped under it, and he's got a decent arm, but guys, it's 1, 2, 3 hops to the plate. And that's not going to get Bellinger. He tags up. It's 3-0 Yankees.
They keep the line moving. Austin Wells is the next batter. It's another walk. 4 walks in the inning for the Yankees. Bases loaded for a 3rd time for Peraza.
Well, you want another walk? There's another one to Peraza. Goldschmidt's going to trot in, and that's going to do it for McGill.
Yeah, McGill lasting just 2 2/3. Again, walk 4. We talked about him on the pregame, Jack. He's been in a little bit of a funk his last couple starts, and that continued tonight. Again, with some real quality at-bats by the Yankees.
Yeah, I think the Yankees took what was given to them in that inning. I said on the pregame that the Yankees would look to hit some home runs because they lead the majors in home runs, and the Mets had given up the fewest home runs. They didn't need to hit home runs in that inning, but they needed to be opportunistic, and that's what we saw. We saw the walks getting mixed in there. We saw infield singles. We saw a sacrifice fly. There was an error by Lindor. Then there was a bases-loaded walk by a young player in Peraza, someone who, though he has struggled offensively, he's he's been terrific defensively. That was a really good at-bat by him. I look at the Peraza at-bat at the end, and I also look at Bellinger hustling to beat out that infield single. I think the inning changes right there when he gets on base with a little dribbler that I'm sure McGill thought, okay, at least I got an out here.
Yeah, this offensive game reminded me of games early on where I was saying this Yankee lineup is relentless. They're not going to give you any outs. They're not going to give you any easy at-bats, and that's what I felt like with McGill, who just got a little bit tentative pitching out of the strike zone, and the Yankees made him pay for that. Jack just detailed all of the at-bats. I love the combination of the walks. I love the combination of putting balls in play, taking your chances, and I love the combination of situational hitting, sacrifice fly to right field, aggressive base running, and kind of forcing the issue.
Again, as we've already mentioned, a big storyline going into this one was Juan Soto returning to the Bronx for the first time, and everybody wondered, we certainly did on the pregame, what kind of reception he would receive from the Bronx faithful. It's our memorable moments by Prevagen, made for your brain. You know, that moment, guys, probably best case scenario, Jack. He's getting booed heavily, but he has a little fun with it.
Soto knew it was coming, so he smiles, he taps his chest, he tips his helmet, so to speak. And then, guys, I have to admit, I got to give the Bleacher Creatures credit for cleverness on this. They weren't going to boo him. They were going to turn their backs on him.
Yeah, I thought Juan Soto handled this pretty well. I mean, Michael Kay made some comment. Do you think his feelings were hurt? No, his feelings weren't hurt. He knew that this was coming, and instead of being up at the plate and being frustrated or angry or whatever, he just said, I'm going to have a little fun with it, right? I'm going to tip my hat, my helmet to the crowd. He had a great year as a New York Yankee. I'm with you with the Bleacher Creatures. That was pretty good. But I thought Juan Soto handled this pretty well. And again, we saw from his at-bats, he's not going to extend out of the strike zone. He didn't come into Yankee Stadium saying, I'm going to be the hero and I'm going to hit 2 home runs. He just lets the game come to him.
They did get him out a couple of times, but Jack, also 3 walks. And in those walks, a couple were by Rodon, pitching him very carefully, knowing that, you know, almost a confidence that if you do walk Soto, and by the way, every time he came up, basically there was nobody on base, at least the first few at-bats he had in the game, that he had a confidence if he didn't get him, that's okay. He'd get somebody else out.
Yeah, Rodon really didn't seem as if he wanted to deal with him in the first inning. He didn't throw anything close to the strike zone in the first inning, and then Soto ends up swiping a bag against him. In fact, in Rodon's career now, base runners are 29 for 36 against him in terms of stealing bases. So Carlos Mendoza and his staff keeping an eye on that. But I agree with you, Bob, in that Rodon had confidence. I'd rather face maybe the next guy with a runner on than face Soto with no one on.
Fellas, we're going to take our first break here on the WB Mason postgame. A lot more coming up as we recap the Yankees winning the first game of the Subway Series 6-2. We will hear from the manager, Aaron Boone, coming up right after this.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is presented by WB Mason. Get fast free delivery of food service products you need at prices you'll love. Request your free catalog today at WBMason.com. The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees. Visit your tri-state Audi dealer today.
Yankees win the opener in the Subway Series 6-2, 8 hits for the Bombers, 7 walks. That helps back up Carlos Rodon, who picks up his 5th win of the season. He goes 5 innings, allows just 2 hits and 1 run to the Mets. Let's hear from the manager, Aaron Boone, in the manager's report, brought to you by Toyota.
Aaron, what did you think of Rodon overall tonight?
Good stuff again. A little bit of a grind. They made him work for it. You know, and really drove him up there. I was probably his last hitter there, Alonso, so glad he got him. But all in all, you know, five strong innings of 1 run on a night when they pressured him, made him work, and he made some really big pitches when he needed to.
What did you think of the overall at-bat quality in both that 3rd and the 4th inning where you really made Mets pitching work?
Yeah, it was great. You know, I mean, that's obviously a really good staff over there, from starters to relievers. And one thing they have done is walk some guys. So, you know, we always talk, obviously, about controlling the zone, and really important against them. So, you that was the difference tonight. Just being able to be patient and not leave the zone and make them really work for it.
3 for 4 for Bellinger. Just what's been the difference for him lately at the plate?
I think it's 3 for 5.
3 for 5.
Just missed the last one. He's actually through this stretch, I feel like just missed some balls too. Like I thought got a great swing off on the fly out to the fence there in that last inning. I thought similar out in Seattle. I thought he was right on some pitches while also getting some hits. He's a good player. I feel like that his swing decisions have been better. I felt like there was a stretch there where he was leaving the zone a little bit off balance. That's been a lot better. He's being more selective and then, now obviously getting some results here these last couple weeks.
The Bronx crowd greet Soto about the way you thought they would?
Yeah, it was a pretty great environment. It was a really nice night, like comfortable weather-wise, and certainly one of those nights where you can really feel the energy in the building.
Dan. To get another outing like that out of Devin Williams, obviously against Alonso, who get the home run off of, what have you seen from him lately? What was it like to see him strike out the side tonight? Yeah,
he was great. Fastball was good. He threw a couple changeup that just disappeared. My vantage point over there, in our dugout, like the depth on those pitches were really good. But that's who he is right there, and we're seeing it more and more.
Brian, to the left.
Could you just speak to the difficulty of that Goldschmidt play when he's going out into right field?
Yeah, I had a pretty good angle on it, so and even late, I didn't think he was getting there, and somehow was able to close on it, and I think that was the leadoff hitter that inning too. So it just kind of another play where helped stifle a rally, but up until the very end, I did not think he was getting there. So great jump and route to it, and really good play.
You knew his defensive reputation coming in, but what has it been like watching him every day?
Just fun watching him do, first of all, just his unselfishness and the person he is. I mean, on the days he's not playing, you'd think he's ready to roll, ready for any situation. He just prepares so well, whether it's his defensive work, whether it's preparing for that night's pitcher and who he's facing. He's vocal. He's not afraid to have conversations and really communicate well. So his preparation has been outstanding. As I've said, like that game within the game, he plays it really well.
Greg.
What'd you think of Loaiska?
Great. That's really what we've been seeing throughout his rehab. You see that really good sinker. I thought the one thing I didn't want the velo to tick up too much, like now that next step of boom, you haven't been out here for a year, you're in Yankee Stadium and it's, Subway Series. So there's just an energy in the building. I thought he did a really good job of controlling that and just let his stuff work. I thought he was really sharp.
Clap.
Aaron, there were so many instances last year where Soto was up in the ninth inning, the game coming down to him. Now you're managing against him in that same situation. What was that like for you?
I just tried to avoid eye contact with him on that at bat when he was walking up there. For being, having a pretty comfortable lead there, it almost got uncomfortable there, and obviously not wanting to bring Weave in necessarily today, but it's also fun to see two really good competitors go at it there in the end in Juan and Weave.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Luke Weaver closing things out for his 5th save of the season, but there were a lot of really good performances out of that bullpen by the Yanks.
Yeah, we talked about Jonathan Loaiza on our pregame. Where would Boone end up using him? He gets right in there tonight and is able to give the Yankees the one scoreless inning. You had to like the location and the command that he had. He threw 12 pitches. He threw 8 strikes. But Devin Williams is reminding everyone of why the Yankees acquired him. Yes, he had a really rocky start to his Yankee career, but the Williams we saw tonight tonight, guys, really stood out for me for a couple of reasons. I feel as if he was dictating the at-bats. The guys in the booth did a great job describing Alonso clearly sitting changeup. Williams strikes him out on a fastball, and then he sprinkled in his fastball and his changeup to get 2 more strikeouts. If you can get that kind of dominance from Williams, and then you've got Luke Weaver pushing his ERA from 0.45 to 0.44. That's a deadly combination at the end of games.
Aaron Boone also talking a variety of times about Cody Bellinger and what he's doing right now. And when he would talk about him in the past, Flash, maybe for the first month of the season, it was, I feel like he's getting close. I'm seeing some good swings. It's a different tone now, especially since he's riding an 11-game hitting streak.
Yeah, I think Aaron said it perfectly. It's swing decisions and the balance in his swing. And we saw from Bellinger when he was getting off to a slow start, kind of falling out of the batter's box, falling towards the Yankee dugout at home. And what happens when you get better balance? You make better swing decisions. You see the ball better. You have better pitch recognition. You get pitches in the strike zone. You're not falling off and rolling over to the right side. You put the good part of the bat on it, except here, right off the end of the bat. And when you get hot, when you have a hitting streak, you're going to get some of these infield hits. So the ball that he hit hard to right field, and Aaron also mentioned the one that he just missed at the end of the game that was almost a home run. It all comes down to balance for Cody Bellinger because of that tall stance, not a lot of movement. As long as he's moving straight towards the pitcher and not falling this way, he's going to have good swing decisions.
But even though that one was off the end of the bat, the one by Goldschmidt broke his bat but had a ton of spin going up the middle, they're still putting the ball in play. That's so huge, Jack. Only 6 strikeouts for the Yankees tonight, not prone to the K, just making something happen, making Mets make plays.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, in that 4-run inning, there were 4 walks that were sprinkled throughout that inning. So McGill didn't give up any balls that sailed over the fence, but in that inning, he was a pitcher who was clearly in search mode. Bellinger's resurgence, as John has just detailed, that will be huge for the Yankees because you look at the firepower. They've been getting it from Grisham and Goldschmidt and Rice, but Bellinger had been lagging, and now the last 2 weeks or so, he's being the hitter the Yankees thought he would be.
We've got to take another break here on the WB Mason postgame. More on Carlos Rodon coming up. We're going to hear from him. Picks up his 5th win of the season tonight, allowing just 2 hits and a run over 5. Stick around for Rodon.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by FanDuel. New customers get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins.
Let's take a look at Carlos Rodon outing. Highlights brought to you by your local Ford stores. And Flash, on the pregame, you mentioned his previous outing, 10 strikeouts. He had the K stuff again tonight.
Yeah, top of the second inning, 3-2 count on Nimmo. That's a slider for a strike, and that's a swing and a miss. Next batter, Starling Marte, an 0-2 count. Another slider down out of the strike zone, another swing and a miss. Top of the third, Acuna. That is a slider again, and another swing and a miss. On a 3-2 count, he misses with the slider in the 4th, and then he's going to have a couple of batters later. Vientos comes up, and he's going to drop one into center field, Jack.
Yeah, this became a messy inning for Rodon. The next batter is Brandon Nimmo. And we're going to see a 3-2 fastball, and Nimmo with a good job of just taking it the other way. That is going to drive in the Mets' first run. You see Soto hustling home, and he's going to beat the throw from Bellinger. Yankees still up 4-1. 2 runners on now. Marte with this grounder up the middle. Volpe was probably thinking double play. He bobbles it for a second, so they only get the 1 out at second. Still in the 4th, bases loaded, 2-2 count. 4-seam fastball from Rodon is lifted to right field by Acuna, so he's going to get out of that inning with only the 1 run. And then in the 5th, Boone said this would have been his last batter. He strikes out Alonso on a slider. That was his best pitch all night. And he covers 5 innings, only giving up that 1 run. Did throw 102 pitches.
49 4-seamers. Mets went just 1 for 6 against it, but the slider was the pitch. They went 0 for 6 against it with all 5 strikeouts that he recorded. Let's hear from Rodon postgame and our Genesis sounds of the game.
Carlos, 5 innings of 1 run ball. It seemed like they really made you work at times. What was it about their approach?
They have a good understanding of the strike zone. Weren't offering at some sliders, had to be in the zone. They really put some good swings. We made some good defensive plays, and they just drove the pitch count up and had some good at bats. But we got out of there with a win. So
overall, how did you feel about your slider tonight? It seemed like you did get some swings and misses on that pitch.
I thought it was good. couple misses with the sinker. I think I might have thrown maybe one for strike, so something to work on going into this week, and just a little better with the changeup, so refine some stuff for next week. So.
What was your approach against Soto in those 3 at bats?
I was trying to get him to swing and miss every time. Over here, yards, hitting sinkers, and he was, as he always does, real patient, knows his zone, and gets out there with 3 walks. But I wanted to get him, but he got me.
Speaking of Soto, what did you think of the Bronx reception?
To be expected, I guess.
What do you think about the relation Bellinger and Goldschmidt, the way that they've kind of contributed?
Yeah, they've been so great for both of us. Goldie once again swinging the bat well, and Cody with 3 hits tonight, and Goldie with a great defensive play, and they played well again once again.
Are you surprised to see Goldschmidt go and get that ball?
Yeah, I was. There's a lot of range for, I think, a 37, 38-year-old, so that's a heck of a play. So I was very happy.
What do you feel like Bellinger and Goldschmidt have added to this team?
Well, some experience, obviously, but just Goldie just does it the right way every day, and then Belly, great defensive player in the outfield or any position you put him in, and then has a great bat as well. He can get you at any time. So I think they've had some length to our lineup, and then defensively they've been really good for us.
Carlos, what have you thought of how Demon has kind of bounced back
He's been
after
really good.
losing the closer job? He's
been really good. He was great once again tonight, attacking his zone with a fastball. You saw some swing. I'm not sure how many swing and misses he got on the fastball, and then his patent and changeup, getting the swing and miss. He's been really good. He's really good.
How much satisfaction do you get out of getting Acuna? I think it was to end the 4th.
I'm sorry, say that again.
How much satisfaction do you get out of retiring Acuna? I think it was the 4th inning, basically.
Yeah, and he had a good at bat. He fought some pitches off, and we got him to fly out to right on a fastball. I think that bat before we might have struck him out on 4 pitches, and then he had a good lengthy at bat with runners on. So he had a good at bat, and we got the out. So.
Well, do you feel like getting by without your best stuff is something that you've improved upon since you've been here?
Yeah, there's days you got to figure out how to get outs when everything's not on. So today was just one of those days, but you still got to go out there and compete, and that's part of the job.
Jack detailed what happened in that top half of the 4th inning. He answered a couple questions about it too, Jack. 7 batters in that inning, 5 reached base. He was unable to get some key outs to allow just the 1 run. But those are the kind of innings, as you sort of alluded to, that in the past could have spiraled out of control for him. He didn't allow that to happen.
Right, and Boone even referenced that 5 one-run innings in this day and age in Major League Baseball. You will take that from your starting pitcher, especially when there's a 33-pitch inning in the midst of that, where things could have really rolled in a different direction for Rodon. He didn't allow that to happen. I was intrigued by what he said about the matchup with Soto. In that first inning, it was a 5-pitch walk. The next 2 times he faced him, they were both 8-pitch walks, and Soto was fouling off pitches, so he was trying to do his best to torment Rodon. Rodon unable to get him out in those 3 matchups, but Rodon gets to smile because he got the win.
Yeah, Aaron Boone has said all year long that Rodon is on such a great routine now, such a great schedule from start to start, and his work in between starts. I was intrigued hearing from Rodon saying my sinker was not good tonight. I think he said he threw it 1 time for a strike, and the changeup wasn't good. So I love when pitchers break down their outings and say, okay, the fastball was good, the slider was good, changeup, sinker, not so much. That's what I need to work on to get ready for my next start. So evaluation, good, bad, indifferent. What do I need to work on? Who's my next opponent? You love where he is in his mind space right now, getting better from start to start, even though tonight wasn't his best. To Jack's point, 1 run in 5 innings, you'll take that every time.
And over his last 6, we showed the stat, he's 4-0 with a 1.72 ERA. And over that span, Aaron Boone has said a few times, bit of a grind for him, but he's getting the job done. We got to take another break. When we come back, we're going to hear from Juan Soto. What was it like for him coming back to the Bronx and the reception that he received? We'll hear from him next.
The Yankees post-game show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at genesis.com. The Yankees post-game show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. There's never been a better time to test drive that Hyundai you've always wanted. Visit HyundaiUSA.com today.
But tonight after the postgame, keep it here on Yes for the Best of Talking Yanks podcast presented by your local Ford stores. And get the top talking points from this week in Yankees universe. That is tonight after we wrap up here on the postgame and streaming anytime on the Gotham Sports app. Juan Soto had 5 plate appearances tonight, walked in 3 of them, made a couple outs. And, Jack, this was the biggest out. You alluded to it. 2 on in the top of the 9th. One big swing of the bat could change the tone of the game, so Luke Weaver got him out.
Yeah, they brought Weaver in. He goes with the changeup, and he is able to retire Soto on this lazy fly ball to Grisham in center field. 27th out of the game comes against Soto. Weaver gets the save. Yankees get the win.
Rodon walked him 3 times. Competitive at bats. Went deep into some counts. 7th inning, he grounded out against Mark Glider Jr. And that 9th inning fly out against Luke Weaver made his night 0 for 2 with 3 walks. Here's Soto, courtesy of SNY, talking about the reception he got from the Bronx faithful.
I was ready for it. You know, they're really passionate fans, and that little hurt, and they're gonna do the best for their teams, and they just feel that way.
Was the holding the cap up to them that first time spur of the moment, or had you thought about doing that?
What do you mean?
First at bat when you took the helmet off?
We're just joking at the dugout, and I should do it. I just did it. The guys loved it.
You seem like almost a little bit on your way to the plate that first at bat. What was going through your mind at that point?
Man, it's just, you know, you got to embrace it. At the end of the day, you know, whatever they give you, it is what it is. You got to be a professional. You got to take it as a man, and I was just enjoy the moment.
What did you think of the fans turning their backs on you when you came out there for the first time?
I didn't realize that. I would just listen to boos and stuff. I try to know how to don't have any eyes contact, and I just listen to the boos.
Mendy said when he was here and he saw Houston come in for the first time that he thought the booing actually motivated them a little bit more. Did it add anything extra for you tonight?
I mean, I have what I have, but if you boo me or cheer me, you know, definitely when you get cheered, you get going, but whenever it's booing you, it's whatever. Just keep doing the same thing. Just try to do your best out there.
Certainly not the first time he's ever been booed, though the Bronx fans would certainly let him know about it as well. But the other thing, too, is the competitive side of him on the field against Yankees pitching. Find a way to get him out or find a way to have him up at the plate with nobody on, and Rodon did that 3 times.
Yeah, Rodon took care of business before him, and, you know, you give Soto credit again. This man does not swing at pitches out of the strike zone, and he didn't let the moment overwhelm him and try to do something that he wasn't capable of doing. And even with that interview that we just saw on SNY, very, very even-keeled, and that's what we saw in that 1 year from Juan Soto as a New York Yankee.
Yeah, he was beloved as a Yankee in 2024. He wears a different uniform now. He wears the Met uniform, and he chose the Mets over the Yankees, so Yankee fans are going to let him know what they think about that. But I agree with you, John, that Juan Soto is going to take all of that verbal abuse, and he's going to hear all those boos. When he stands in the batter's box, he's focused on getting ahead and doing it as well as anyone in baseball in terms of controlling the strike zone. He's not hitting .414 like Aaron Judge is, but this is a guy who finished 3rd in the AL MVP voting for the Yankees last season, and he'll get through tonight. The Yankees are hoping they get through Saturday and Sunday with a 0 still in the hit column by Soto's name.
By the way, he's going to be booed Saturday and Sunday as well. There's no doubt about that. In the meantime, with the 6-2 win, the Yankees getting 8 hits in this one. And we mentioned Goldschmidt and Bellinger and the job that they did. They combined to go 5 for 9, 4 singles, a double, 3 runs scored between them. Let's hear from Bellinger post-game.
Cody, another 3 hits tonight. Aaron had mentioned that he feels like you look maybe more balanced at the plate. What do you view as the overall difference lately?
Yeah, I'm feeling good with my mechanics of everything, and you know, ultimately just continue swinging at the right pitches, having a good plan, and just preparing every day to try and help this team win.
You mentioned pitch selection, but also have you tweaked anything specifically with the mechanics?
Yeah, I think for me, I think it's been Had some good conversation with the hitting coaches, you know, what I was doing early on, you know, chasing pitches, why am I chasing pitches, and, you know, obviously minimizing those mistakes and just trying to capitalize on the pitcher's mistakes.
You've played in big games in the past, obviously, but what did you think of the overall environment out there tonight?
That was really fun to be a part of. It was loud, the stadium was full, and really any Friday night, Yankee Stadium so far has been really fun to be a part of, but this had, you know, obviously just was full of energy.
Paul Goldschmidt with a nice defensive play there in that fifth inning. Do you think he had any shot off the bat of getting to that ball?
I did think he had a shot. I've seen it. You know, I think, you know, ever since I've been in the big leagues, he's been making plays at first base, and so I'm just excited to wear the same uniform as him this year.
How would you describe your first impressions of the Subway Series and that energy like you just talked about?
Yeah, no, it was really fun to be a part of. You could feel it when I went out right after the anthem. You know, the seats were all full, and so you know, it was good to come out on top.
What do you think of Carlos Rodon's performance?
I thought Carlos was really good. You know, I think he's mixing it really well, and you know, lately he's been pounding the zone, and you know, he's got a bunch of really good pitches, so it's kind of difficult to hit him if he's on.
We'll take another break on the WB Mason postgame. More on the Yankees' 6-2 win over the Mets coming up next.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Kia dealers. Visit Kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Elsewhere in baseball tonight, Braves and Red Sox playing at Fenway. Garrett Crochet was looking good early against the Braves. Strikes out Eli White, then Austin Riley, and finally strikes out the side in the top of the first. But, Flash, they would finally get to him in the top of the second.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-2 count to the lefty hitting Matt Olson. Fastball up at 97. Just goes the other way, right over the Green Monster. Braves go up 1-0. Very next at bat, Sean Murphy, the heavy hitting catcher for the Atlanta Braves, gets a hold of one, and again, right over the Green Monster. Bravos go up 2-0.
Meantime, Chris Sale was trying to make it a good return to Boston.
Yeah, he strikes out Narvaez in the bottom of the fifth and then gets Rafaela as well.
Bottom of the seventh, Trevor Story chases a slider. Sale with 8 strikeouts on the night. And Braves trying to hang on to a 4-2 win. Little fly ball, shallow right off the bat of Wilyer Abreu, and Braves win it 4-2. They're finally at game over 500 for the first time this season. Prior to tonight's game between the Yanks and Mets, Yankees made a move, activating Jonathan Loaisiga from the 15-day IL, and Tyler Matzik was designated for assignment. Now let's talk about Loaisiga tonight. Flash, you mentioned that he's back. He's a valuable weapon. He looked good in that 6th inning.
Yeah, we were wondering where Aaron Boone would get him in a game. Well, a perfect spot, a 5-run lead in the 6th inning. That heavy sinker is going to get a lot of ground balls, and the velocity was there at 97. So Loaisiga, probably the greatest compliment you can give him. He looked like Jonathan Loaisiga from a few years ago with that good movement, a lot of velocity, and I thought Aaron Boone picking the perfect inning to get him back in a big league ball game.
He did allow a hit. He threw 12 pitches, 8 for strikes. Leiter Jr., Devin Williams, no runs allowed. Yuri De Los Santos did allow a run there in the top of the 9th inning before Luke Weaver closed it out for his 5th save. How did Loaisiga feel back on a big league mound? Let's hear from him.
Jonathan, can you just describe what you were feeling when you ran in from the bullpen, what it was like just to be back out there again after a long layoff?
O sea, ¿cómo se sintió, verdad? Después de tanto tiempo, ¿verdad? Corriendo del bullpen ya cuando vas a ver acción.
No, gracias a Dios muy bien. Primordialmente darle gracias a Dios por la oportunidad de estar aquí otra vez, por la salud y lo más importante, contribuir al equipo en lo más que pueda.
Exciting, exciting. But like I said before, I got to thank God, to be able to be back here. This opportunity means a lot to me, and to be back and seeing game action.
What was the adrenaline like tonight for you?
Mucha adrenalina para mí. Muy contento, emocionado de, como lo acaba de decir, de volver, de pichar para el equipo y para los fanáticos. Una adrenalina que ya me hacía falta sentir desde el año pasado.
Sí, a lot of adrenaline, I was missing it, I wanted to be out there, pitch for the team, pitch for the fans. I was really missing it, and like I said, just excited to be back.
How would you describe energy in the building with the Mets in town?
O sea, la energía, ¿verdad? Entendiendo de que este Subway Series lo Mets jugando contra los Mets aquí, ¿cómo viste esa energía en el estadio?
Muy, muy buena. La verdad que los fanáticos bien metidos en el juego. Y al final eso es lo que a mí me gusta. Sentir esa adrenalina, que los fanáticos estén ahí en el juego, no importa el marcador que sea. Yo salgo a hacer mi trabajo y pues gracias a Dios que las cosas han salido bien.
Really, really good. You could see, how excited they were, and I enjoy that. I enjoy that sensation. Regardless of what the score is, I really want to go out there and compete, and it was fun.
You said he was watching to make sure your velocity didn't spike too high with the adrenaline. Did you feel like that was something you were conscious of?
Pasó por tu mente tal vez el sentimiento de adrenalina de tal vez no sobretirar y no pasarte de la velocidad, o enfocado en lo que tú querías hacer?
No, yo he enfocado siempre en lo que salgo a hacer, lo que me gusta hacer cuando voy a pichar. Como lo dije, no importa el marcador, me gusta competir y ejecutar mis picheos.
No, I was too locked in on what I needed to do, coming into the game. I like to really just dial in and focus on what I have to do, execute my pitches, and regardless what the score is, that's what I kind of focus on.
Well, Washington did a good job of that tonight as the Yankees get a 6-2 win. When we come back, Jack Flash and I will talk about Game 2 as Clark Schmidt takes the hill. We'll break down his outing against Griffin Canning coming up next.
Post-game show on Yes is brought to you in part by Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center.
Great to have you back. It's a Yankees win 6-2 over the Mets, and that means it's a Yes Press headline with the headline that will hit your doorstep and inbox in the morning. What do you got, JC?
People are excited for it too, Bob. On a loud and boisterous Bronx night, Yankee win is a wonderful sight.
I like that. It's a wonderful. It's like a little Lawrence Welk kind of vibe. Thought maybe Mets in the belly of the beast if there was a Bellinger.
That would have been good.
Just file it away.
Soto hovered over the whole game, and there were a lot of headline ways to maneuver. This was tonight's.
Loud and boisterous.
What are you saying there, synonymous?
No, I'm saying it was a loud night in the Bronx. I like that lead.
I needed a little more length in the top line, so we went with both.
It's a boisterous at-bats, and the Yankees will try and do that again on Saturday afternoon in the Bronx. The rest of your probables courtesy of Nissan. Griffin Canning against Clark Schmidt on Saturday afternoon. The Sunday night game's the ESPN game. David Peterson against Max Fried. Post-game on Yes immediately after that ESPN game. But on Saturday, guys, let's talk about this. Griffin Canning's been really good over his last 4 or 5. He's only allowed 4 earned runs. And you saw that game in Seattle. Clark Schmidt pitching that one. Gave up a couple of home runs, but got the win.
Yeah, a couple early home runs to Rodriguez and Polanco, but then he went on a nice roll. He retired 10 of the last 11 batters that he faced. He actually faced 1 batter into the 7th inning. And what is one of the things we always say about Clark Schmidt? 3rd time through the order. Get deeper into games. So I thought that he did that against Seattle. So every time he goes out there, I think he gets a little smarter. I think he learns another lesson. And part of that is pitching deeper in games.
Yeah, when I look at this matchup, Canning and Schmidt, they're both got not identical pitchers, but a lot of sliders from Canning, throwing it a lot more this year than he did last year. And we know Clark Schmidt, cutters, knuckle curves, sweepers, everything moving into lefties away from righties. The mistakes down and in on the left-handed hitters and eliminating those mistakes tomorrow afternoon probably going to be my key to the ball game, my key to the game.
Find out what's going to happen. Our pregame coverage begins at noon with the batting practice show. 12:30 pregame, and that could be Flash's key to the game. And first pitch a little after 1 o'clock. Yankees will try to make it another wonderful afternoon on Saturday with another win. They win the opener 6-2. We look forward to seeing you again on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Saturday, starting at noon. We'll see you then.